So some big performers in yesterday's opening race. James Wharton picking up his first win of 2023. But it's going to be Ugo Ukachukwu on pole. He's down on the grid with Feline.
Hey, Ugo, after yesterday's first race, how confident are you for today to have a strong race?
Yeah, I think should be a pretty good race. We managed to get P3 yesterday, so yeah, we need a good start. It's a long run down into T2. So if we can keep the lead, I'm quite confident we can try to pull away.
Good, have a good race. Yeah. 那刚刚我是问到 Ugo 他呢，在昨天的比赛之后呢，今天有多大的信心呢？可以拿到可以有一个好的成绩。他也提到呢，昨天他是拿到了第3，对自己的表现还是非常满意的。今天呢，也希望能有一个好的表现。So also, Jake, I can see like all the cars here on the background are in the shadow, and it's pretty cold on the grid. So maybe it's also affect the tire temperature. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Feline. Very good insight indeed there, and that's a very prominent point. Yesterday we were in the sunshine on the start of the day, but because we're in the shade now, it's not going to be easy to get the tyres up to temperature off the line, so that warm-up lap is going to be crucial in order to get the drivers ready in position. And yes, indeed, with the track temperature very cold on the main straight, because it's currently overshadowed over the top of the grandstand, it's keeping the circuit quite cool. So this could be an interesting start for several drivers. And Ugo Ukachukwu there being very relevant indeed to the main talking point. Very relevant indeed to the main talking point heading down to turn 2. If you can keep the lead, then we're confident of going into the lead and disappearing. That's the key issue, keeping the lead on the run to turn 2, because obviously the drivers behind you are going to be able to take advantage of the slipstream. This man, Tuka Tarpanen, is still waiting for his first 2023 F4 UAE win. He has come very close on more than one occasion, and the superstar Finn, who is turning everybody's head, is very much in potential to do that today in one of the prevailing 2 races. Or anything could still happen here, and it's definitely going to be very intriguing to see how it plays out. Hello to everybody who is watching, whether you're watching via the Facebook F4 UAE Championship channel, the YouTube stream, or if you're on the Kuwait Motor Town stream as well. It is great to have your company. There's James Wharton, the man who won yesterday for the Mumbai Falcons. He looks so relieved after yesterday, and he had such a good attitude coming to the circuit this morning. He came into the garage, I was there, chatting away with a couple of the engineers. He walked up to every single member of the team, not just in his garage, but in the sister garage for Prema Racing and also for the Mumbai Falcons and Prema teams in Formula Regional. Shook hands with everybody. It's a real team feeling and a real team dynamic that James Wharton has within himself. He knows that they win together and lose together, and he really wants everybody to work together as a strong unit. He knows that everyone has been on side collectively to get him back to the front. It's a very, very humble and very, very camaraderie style of nature that James Wharton has in this team. It's wonderful to see how he has continued to believe in himself and to dig deep and find something to push him forward. It's a great, commendable attitude. Check that out, ladies and gentlemen. 38 cars all the way down the field in the Formula 4 UAE Championship. It's a very busy grid indeed. One of the biggest and one of the busiest in the sport's history. So the contenders are gearing themselves up ready for the start. Ugo Ukachukwu lining up in pole position, with Tuka Tarpanen alongside him, James Wharton directly behind the American in 3rd, and Rinicella in 4th place. From Niall, David, Lindblad, Valentin Klus, Hamda Al-Kubaisi right up in 9th place, and Noah Stromsted in 10th position. All based on lap times yesterday, don't forget. So there's going to be a handful of drivers right down at the back who didn't complete the first lap, such as Georgi Jaravsky, Alexander Abkasava, and Lena Bula, along with Dion Gauda, 4 drivers who didn't complete the laps. And Alexander Bolduev was unfortunately given a penalty yesterday, so he drops down the order a little bit further than he was already. So the mechanics are given the command, 1 minute to go. They are now going to clear their positions and leave the drivers to it on the starting grid here at Kuwait Motor Town. The 2nd ever single-seater race to take place on this circuit. Last month, of course, we had racing in the 12-hour sports car race, but now it's time for the 2nd encounter in the F4 UAE Championship. We had 2 races yesterday, one for F4, one for Formula Regional. Now we're here for the 3rd ever single-seater race from Kuwait Motor Town, the 2nd ever F4 encounter. So it's time to see how these young men and women who are still taking their first steps in international competition will get their chance to shine here at Kuwait Motor Town. This is going to be a crucial formation lap. As Feline Wang pointed out on the start-finish line, you can see for yourself that the start-finish straight is under the shade. So it's going to be a cold starting grid. And that means that this formation lap is more important than ever before. Let's talk you through the starting grid as 38 drivers weave their way from side to side to generate heat into the brakes and tyres ahead of this 2nd race of the weekend at Kuwait Motor Town. It's pole position for the American star Yuga Chukwu, who leads the championship alongside Tuka Tarpanen, the Finnish boy wonder for Mumbai Falcons Racing. 3rd on the grid is James Wharton, winner yesterday, alongside pole position yesterday Valeria Rinicella. Teofil Nal and Zachary David, 2 drivers to keep an eye on from the 3rd row of the starting grid. Arvid Lindblad for High Tech and Valentin Klus for PHM on the 4th row, and rounding out the top 10, Hamda Al-Kubaisi alongside Noah Stromsted. 11th on the grid is Kiano Al-Azari, the home star for the UAE, and Kanato Lee in P12. Then James Bezique of Australia alongside XL Motorsports' Federico Rifai. Then we have Noah Lyle, the British driver for XL, alongside Akshay Bora for PHM. Then it is Mohamed Ibrahim for the Mumbai Falcons and Will McIntyre for High Tech Grand Prix. Jessica Esquedo for RHGP is alongside Rafael Narak, his teammate. And then in 21st is Nicola Lacorte for Prema, and Jacob Bergmeister is beside him for PHM. Flavio Olivieri for Cram is alongside Theo Jensen for Santaloc. Then on row 13, it's Bianca Bustamante for Prema, alongside Hia Yamakoshi for Pinnacle. Next up is Victoria Blokina of the R2 Race Cavicel team, and Sebastian Murray for Cram Motorsport. Then Jack Beaton alongside Luciano Morano on the 15th row of the grid. Then we have Matteo Quintarelli for the Yazid Racing Academy beside Emily De Reus of MP Motorsport. Kai Dardignani for Pinnacle alongside Dion Gouda in the new Rodin Carlin team. Lena Bueller for R2 Race Cavicel is beside Alexander Bolduev for XL Motorsport. And then we have the 2 men who clashed on lap 1, Alexander Abkasava and Georgi Janavsky for R-Race and XL. 38 cars and drivers around this Kuwait Motor Town circuit. A great place to go racing this phenomenal new race circuit. It's only been up and running since 2019. The pandemic got in the way of its international program, but now finally in 2023 it can emerge as a new venue for Middle East motorsport. And judging by the passion and enthusiasm from the locals here so far, it's definitely going to be a popular future venue for worldwide motorsport. And you can have absolutely everything here. You can have bikes, you can have GT sports cars, you can have prototypes, you can have single-seaters, you can have rallycross, drag racing, drifting, karting, everything you like, including Formula One. So Kuwait Motor Town really is prepared for everything. But today, it's going to be the stars of the future. The F4 United Arab Emirates Championship drivers making their way to the starting grid for the 2nd time this weekend. They will have a 3rd race later today, and then guess what, folks? We get to do it all again on Tuesday and Wednesday. 1 race on Tuesday, 2 on Wednesday, before they head back to the United Arab Emirates for the 4th round in 3 weeks' time on the Dubai Autodrome. So the competitors are ready for an exciting showcase here as the cars line up in position on the starting grid. Yuga Chukwu and Tuka Tarpanen from the front row of the grid, with race 1 winner James Wharton in the same place he started yesterday. If it ain't broke, don't fix it as far as James Wharton is concerned. Just do what you did yesterday and all should be fine. The F4 United Arab Emirates Championship, race 2 from Kuwait Motor Town in the 2nd round of the 2023 campaign is ready to get underway. 23 minutes plus the additional lap. Yuga Chukwu, championship leader, starting from pole. Tuka Tarpanen 2nd. Race 1 winner James Wharton 3rd alongside Valeria Rinicella. Let's race again at Kuwait. Brilliant start from Yugo Ugachukwu, not bad at all from James Warden. He's going to tuck in behind Tarpanen. There's contact further back. Problems on the starting grid itself. Looks as though 3 or 4 cars have come together and there's damage. So it looks like we're going to get safety car on the first lap already. The rest of the field are still piling their way down to turn 2. It looks like one of the Hi-Techs and one of the PHMs have come together on the main straight. So big problems as now already we've got James Walton and Tuka Tarpanen trying to take on Ugachukwu. Ugachukwu's held the lead this time. James Walton has not been able to get through. So as they run into the second sector, it's already perfect for Yugo Ugachukwu, who has held on in the lead of the race. Arvid Lindblad tucks in behind Santalok's Teofil Nile in 6th position, as they are both behind Valerio Rinicella. The rest of the field have tucked their way through. But it looks as though there was a car that didn't get away on the starting grid and someone has not been able to avoid it and they have piled in on the main straight. There are only 2 cars still left, but I can tell you that the Hi-Tech driver in question has got out of their car, which is very good news indeed. So obviously the drivers are still racing for position on the far side of the circuit, but when they get to the main straight, there's going to be a need for the safety car. There is double waved yellows on the main straight so far. We're having a look at it on the replay. Yep, there's one car that just didn't move and everybody else has got to take avoiding action. Safety car, safety car. So the safety car has been called. No major surprises there at all. So the race is neutralised. The safety car has actually picked them up on the back straight. So before they even complete the lap. So what's going to need to happen here, I guess, is that the safety car is actually going to take the drivers through the pit lane because the incident has actually happened on the main straight. So well done to the safety teams for getting on the scene quickly. There is the safety car having picked them up. But I've got a suspicion that we're going to be going through the pit lane here rather than on the race circuit. Either that or they're just going to be able to keep off to one side. So yes, all cars behind safety car through pit lane. That is the command. All cars through pit lane behind safety car. Now the 2 drivers involved are Jacob Bergmeister and Kanato Lee. So they are the ones that are in trouble on the main straight, I'm afraid. And it looks like there's actually a 3rd car that has pulled off as well. And that is the pinnacle of Hio Yamakoshi. So Hio Yamakoshi is also out of the race, but the 2 cars on the main straight are Kanato Lee and Jacob Bergmeister, and I can tell you that both drivers are out of their cars. So again, that is very good news indeed. So Jacob Bergmeister has already had a bit of a tricky start to the season in F4 UAE, and I'm afraid it hasn't got any better here at Kuwait Motor Town. So safety car. The drivers will peel their way through the pit lane and then rejoin the circuit, because obviously there is debris to clear up on the main straight. They don't really want to be in the position of picking up a puncture. There is Kanato Lee's car. He stalled it on the grid, unfortunately, and as a result of that, Kanato Lee was just a sitting target, and unfortunately Jacob Bergmeister couldn't get out of the way in time, so he collected into the back of Kanato Lee. The trouble is, you are desperately trying to work your way through the pack. You're trying to make up overtaking positions. You've got so many things going on the start. It can be very easy to miss a car when you've got to think very quickly. So unfortunately, Kanato Lee and Jacob Bergmeister out of this race already. And as a result of that, the safety car is bringing them through the pit lane. So Ugachukwu leads, Tarpanen 2nd, Walton 3rd and Rinicella 4th. So it's as they started, essentially. Ugachukwu mastered the start very well and managed to keep everybody behind him. It's Teofil Nile in front of Arvid Lindblad. Zachary David is P7 from Valentin Plus and Noah Stromsted. Then Kiano Alazari ahead of Amdar Al-Kubaisi. The 2 Yazid Racing Academy drivers. Then Noah Lyle ahead of James Bazik. Federico Rifai ahead of Will McIntyre. Then Jesse Karashkedo, Mohamed Ibrahim, Akshay Bora and Rafael Narak. Then in 20th is Nicola Lacorte from Jack Britton and Bianca Bustamante in 22nd. Then Luciano Morano and Matteo Quintarelli. Lena Buham and Kai Darniani. Sava and Victoria Blokina. Then Dion Gouda, Emilie de Hurs, Anna Bolduev, Sebastian Murray, Georgi Janavski, Flavio Olivieri, and into the pit stop has actually come Teo Jensen. But we have 3 retirements: Kanato Lee, Bergmeister, Hio Yamakoshi in the number 66 Pinnacle. But I didn't see where Yamakoshi has stopped. I wonder if he just picked damage from the fray. and has ended up having to pull off just a little bit further up the road. I certainly haven't seen Pinnacle. I've only seen the the mechanics at Mumbai Falcons and Prema, who are next door to each other and working in collaboration. Red flag, so it's clear the clean-up job is going to take a little bit longer than thought. So obviously do this quite commonly now. They put the safety car out to get the field queued up in order. Then they assess the situation if the race is going to take a little bit longer than first thought of. Cleared away and the race will be stopped. The second time this weekend. Flag. Such a shame. But a very tricky situation then as they now have to bring the car to the pits and they will in position. So the cars are making their way into the pits then, following Kanato Lee and Jacob Bergmeister. Has also put Koshi out of the race, but the race has been flagged. So it's been a very tricky situation for all of the contenders. Here is the situation on the red flag. Yuga Chukwu from Tamar, then Valet from Emirates, in Murray, and Georgi Kavsky. So under red conditions, of course, race has now been stopped. So obviously the contenders are now waiting at the end of the pit lane, ready for the marshals to clear the circuit to make sure that it is ready for racing again. They've had to put some dust on the circuit in order to make sure that the fluids that have been deposited from the car actually not going to cause a bit of an issue there. So it's definitely going to be an interesting situation for all of the contenders now, but we're only going to be able to start the race again with 35 cars because we've lost 3 of them off the start line. If you're just joining us, then we are under red flag conditions in the second race of the F4 UAE Championship, after a start line incident where Kanato Lee for High-Tech stalled on the grid, and unfortunately Jacob Bergmeister could not get out of the way in time. So Bergmeister struck Kanato Lee's car and both drivers are out on the spot, and thanks to damage it looks as though Hugh Yamakoshi is also out of the race. So we have stopped the race, we brought the race to the pit lane, the safety car initially, and then the red flag, commonplace in races this nature. It is Kanari, that is good news. So Kanari is there with his mechanic. He's okay, and that could have been very nasty for the Japanese driver. So as Kanato, everybody joking refers to him as Bruce. It's perfectly all right, and that is news indeed for Kanato Lee. So now drivers have to everything with their. There's Jack Beaton, the Australian Pinnacle. Ready for the race, I should say. So 3 cars that are out are initially Kanata, who struck it, Bergmeister, Yamakoshi. So 3 drivers are out, and then the race again. Red flag, the order is close, and we have time to go through all 35 cars that are in. So hopefully the car that you are cheering for up shortly. Chukwu lead under conditions. Tarpon and Wharton, the Falcons boys, are second and third. Valer for MP Fairfield. This is Arvid Ladd for the high team. There's actually David P8 is P9 is top 10 Lazard. You can see that the marshal to work, try and the fluids on the main air. And I'll keep 11th, then Bilal in James position. McIntyre in 15th to get a show. Behind Ibrahim and 17th and 18th. Then Rafael Nara is 19th in front of Nick Corte. Jack B is in front of Bianca Mante. 22nd, 23rd is Morano. 25th is Matteo Quintana. There is Mante. Who's having a much stronger weekend than she did in Dubai. I was talking to her this morning. This is a very RW series. Put a lot more to the set of these cars to but she really is starting to make now. She was at 20 yesterday, and she had takes mix it after. And let's not forget, she never really did international competition on the world stage in karting as the same most of these drivers have done in the past. She's been of racing in karting categories, but never really got the opportunity to go onto the world until she was. So most of these she's never raced with before, and she's grown very well indeed. And a lot of people are talking about her as the next potential female star who could go to the realm of top-level motorsport competition. We're all asking the question: when the next is going to be racing Formula One? Well, at the academy at with probably of Japan, Abby Pulling, Britain, probably Fuga of Spain as well. There's going to be quite a few names to emerge over the next couple of seasons, and certainly Bianca one of those. Amber Baisi is not a bad shout, and she's been top 10 pace. She won last year, of course, in F4 UAE at Abu Dhabi with a dominant drive at Yas Marina. There is Matteo Quintarelli, her teammate in the Yas Heat Racing Academy car. Matteo Quintarelli is currently down in 24th position, ahead of the Swiss driver Lena Bühler. Then Kai Darignani is 26th in front of Alexei Darignani is 26th in front of Alexander Abkasava and Victoria Blokina. Rounding out the top 30 is Dion Gouda in the Rodin Carlin in front of Emilie de Heus in the MP Motorsport. Then it is Alexander Bolduev in 31st. Sebastian Murray is 32nd. Georgi Janevski is in 33rd in front of Flavio Olivieri. And at the back of the field, it is going to be Theo Jensen. Just 3 retirements from the red flag incident: Kanato Lee, Jacob Bergmeister, and Hiyu Yamakoshi. Not entirely sure what happened to Yamakoshi, but we think he picked up damage in the incident. So it is going to be an interesting situation. There is Lena Bühler for the R2 Race Cavicel team, one of the newest squads in F4 competition. And just behind her, we have the 88 machine. That is the car belonging to Kai Darignani, the Indian driver. So already a very interesting start, and I'm afraid 3 cars have already gone from the field. Race will resume at 10:05 local time for 17 minutes plus 1 lap. That is the news headlines. And there's Alexander Abkasava, who was involved in the red flag incident yesterday. But fortunately, he is still going this time. And there is the other R2 Race Cavicel car of Victoria Blokina, the very talented racer who is still making good strides in the world of international competition. And there behind is the new look Rodin Carlin, getting itself ready for another exciting battle in 2023. The sole Rodin Carlin car out here in the Middle East for this campaign. And there is the number 60 MP Motorsport car driven by Emilie de Heus, the Dutch lady, trying to work her way forward up the grid as well. And there is the 54 car of Alexander Bolduev for XL Motorsport, currently running in 32nd position. 31st position, I should say, sorry. Then Sebastian Murray in the Cram competition, the bonny lad from Scotland, who of course is based out in Dubai nowadays. And Sebastian Murray doing a fantastic job for the Cram Motorsport competition team. It's a big step up for him. He never did international karting on the world stage, so this is a big learning curve for him. There's his teammate, Flavio Olivieri. And then the number 33 is next up in the mix there. That is Georgi Janevski. And I noticed that Theo Jensen is not actually behind him. So I wonder if Theo Jensen is not going to restart. So Theo Jensen in the Santalok car may not actually be rejoining the fray. That could be based on the fact that he also picked up damage in that first start incident. But as you can see, the timer now says 17 minutes, because that's how long we'll have left of the racing when we restart. 17 minutes plus 1 lap. So the contenders are gearing up and getting ready for an exciting duel out on the circuit once we restart. And it's definitely going to be a big charge through to turn 2, because what we've already heard from James Wharton is that the best position to start from on the grid in a circuit like this is actually P3, because you get good slipstream from the car in front on the run down to turn 2, and that's where a lot of the drivers are obviously going to be pushing for it. Well, an interesting question has come in from Faisal Ashkanani. What do you think of the track here at Kuwait Motor Town? Well, considering it's brand new, we would have used it earlier had it not been for a worldwide pandemic getting in the way. But it's great to suddenly be racing here now, and we've got some great performers coming to compete on it. But the facility is absolutely terrific. It's certainly in terms of the facilities and the resources that the drivers and teams have at their disposal, it's comparable to Yas Marina without any doubt at all. And I was in race control last night having a look around, and I tell you what, Formula One would love it here. So would the World Endurance Championship. So would MotoGP. There's a great feeling of excitement around this circuit, and Kuwait is a country that really loves its speed. Now, interestingly, there is a message that says contact at turn 7 on lap 1 will be investigated after the race. Now, turn 7, it's quite a long way round the course. Not entirely sure what would have happened on that lap. I didn't see anything, but yeah, it could be interesting, that one. It looks like there could be a penalty being handed up to someone, unless, of course, they decide to take no further action. But certainly there was contact, apparently, on turn 7 on lap 1, and that'll be investigated after the race. So let's see how it all continues to battle. But certainly, Kuwait Motor Town has really captured the imagination of the drivers and the teams here. I was talking to one of the Formula Regional drivers yesterday, Sebastian Montoya, who said that Sector 3 is actually the best sector I have ever driven in motorsport, which is quite a big statement, actually, considering that you've got all sorts of amazing race circuits around the world, which Sebastian will have had experience of across Italy and Germany. And yeah, that's a bold statement to say that Sector 3 on this new circuit is the best Sector 3 he's ever driven on. So that's quite a bold statement, actually. And the Kuwait fans are just waking up to the fact that their race circuit has international competition on it. Well, let's get some of your questions and comments in between these moments. Jeff Saragi Motorsport has asked your thoughts on the differences in car speed based on the different teams. Now, that's an interesting one, because a lot of people talk about this in F4. I'm not entirely sure if there's anything to it at all. It's got nothing to do with the difference in car speed. If you actually look at the telemetry data, the cars are still getting up to the same top speed in terms of high-end performance. It comes down to two things for me: setup and confidence. That's the big key in F4, because the mechanics can only do so much to get the most out of the car when the drivers are communicating that to their mechanics. It's about confidence in knowledge and setup. That's the key factor in F4. The cars are absolutely identical. You can see that in the telemetry readout data between each team. They're still reaching that same peak of top speed. It's not about the difference between the balances of cars. It's about the setup and the confidence that the drivers actually have in being able to communicate that with their team. And that's the big difference in F4. You've got to remember, these kids are getting out of karting for the first time, stepping into a single-seater, and they're still learning how to do it. So a lot of the time, these drivers have good talent, but it's about how you communicate that to your mechanics. The ones that are good at it are going to be the ones that can extract the most out of those cars. That's why you occasionally get 3 or 4 drivers from some of the smaller teams up at the front end, because they've already unlocked the key. They've already figured out how it is to communicate adequately with their mechanics to work around the deficiencies of car setup. It doesn't matter how great a racing driver you are in terms of natural setup. If you can't communicate that with your team, then you can't extract the best out of the car. That's the real key in F4. So the safety car has set off. The green flag has flown at the back of the pit straight. So we are back under racing conditions. The race has restarted under safety car. Now we are told the contact is at turn 7, lap 1, and it will be investigated after the race, and it's between cars 66 and 73. So that is Hiyu Yamakoshi and Flavio Olivieri. So that might be why Hiyu Yamakoshi was out of the race on the first lap. It had nothing to do with the start line incident. It was a separate incident. So there we go. A very interesting situation there. And the contenders are really having an interesting time of it now as the cars leave the pit straight and back onto the circuit again. So they'll have one lap behind the safety car. Now, interestingly, the accident happened on the left side of the circuit, and the majority of that cement dust has actually now been swept up. But it doesn't change the fact that that outside line is going to be quite cold, because then there's not going to be a lot of tyre rubber that has run over it in this current situation. And that could actually affect the start of the Formula Regional race coming up. So that's worth keeping in the back of your mind for later on in the day. But certainly for the F4 UAE Championship, it's not going to be too big a difference, because they're going to restart the race behind the safety car. So the safety car will peel off at the end of this lap, and then Yugo Ogachukwu will take up his stance on the racing line. What's going to be worth watching, though, is that run to turn 2, because they can go flat through turn 1, 5th gear, still accelerating. Then they will make their way down to turn 2. That's the big breaking point. That's where we're going to see an overtake or two, possibly on the first racing lap back after the safety car start. So this is going to be really intriguing, really interesting. We've got some amazing questions that have come up on the YouTube stream. I don't have time to deal with them all right now, but I do want to pick them up later in the weekend, so I'll try my best to keep an eye on them. Massive thank you to you guys for doing so. To the likes of Jeff Saragi, to Casimir Carruthers. You guys are asking amazing questions. Thank you so much for that. But we've got a race about to come up, so I don't want to distract from that. Safety car is just exiting turn 18. That means we are on the verge of restarting. Quite a few gaps in this line, actually. And Yugo Ogachukwu is not backing up the pack, I notice, under safety car. Now is safety car staying out another lap? I think it might be. Yes, safety car is staying out another lap. So they are not ready to go racing yet, it seems. Now that's why. Once we pick up the main start-finish straight, look, the safety car has actually peeled off to the far side and run the car over that cement dust section. They're trying to make it safer for the drivers. That's really smart thinking from the officials there. Let the safety car run over that patch so that it embeds the cement dust. Yes, it delays the start, but safety is paramount. You have to follow the protocols. You have to make sure it's safe. A couple of the other drivers are actually running off onto that section as well, because they know that when they go racing, they're going to need to get it as safe as possible. So it will be a rolling start. So we've got another lap. So I'm going to actually go back to the question that was asked a short while ago by Casimir Carruthers. Is it better for a driver to go up the ranks instead of just jumping up if they show a lot of promise? Or is there a downside to shoving Ugo and Kimi Antonelli into F3 right now? That is such a good question, because this is a really big talking point at the moment. It's about what a driver can cope with at a certain level of their development. You've got to remember that last year, Kimi Antonelli, yes, he was the dominant king of F4. He won in Germany, he won in Italy, and he won the gold medal in the Motorsport Games. But he also had an injury. He picked up a wrist injury over the course of last year. So how much do you put upon a driver too soon? We've seen this time and time again. Look at Theo Porcher, for example. Amazing talent. At 16, thrown into Formula 2. He's about to start his third campaign in Formula 2, has not yet got himself an F1 drive. How quickly do you put that much pressure on a young talent? How much do you give these people too soon? And what the Mercedes Junior program has essentially done with Andrea Kimi Antonelli has said F3 is too much too soon. Put him in the Formula Regional car, which is a much heavier, much more physical car to drive. Give him that for a season, then we'll see what happens. You can't put too much on these talents too soon in their career. You have to give them enough driving program to meet their needs. Otherwise, if you push them too early, if you push them too hard, you're not going to get the best from them. So Andrea Kimi Antonelli is a prime example of that. He was the king of this sport last year. But the safety car is in this lap, and it's now time to see if Yuga Chukwu is going to go on to become the king of it this year. Tuka Tarbunin second, James Walton third, Valeria Rinicella fourth. Yuga Chukwu is backing them up. They've exited turn 18. Now he's gone for it. So Yuga Chukwu has actually made a perfect start here. And now the Mumbai Falcons are tripping over each other. Tarbunin and Wharton could actually impede themselves as they come up towards turn 2 on the first lap. They come off the final turn. Yuga Chukwu's lost a lot of that advantage out of the final turn, in fact. And here we go. Green, 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 green. We're racing again at Kuwait Motor Town. Up to the first corner. They fly through, flat on the throttle. And Tarbunin and Wharton are in the slipstream of Yuga Chukwu. The Prema driver is not going to have it all his own way down to turn 2. He's going to have to work hard to keep this lead. So the field flies through, and look at it, 3 wide. Tarbunin's to the middle, Yuga Chukwu's to the inside, Wharton's to the outside. Wharton's going to try and find a way round. Tarbunin's going to try and hold it. Yuga Chukwu needs to leave him a little bit of space, which he has. And they're going to drop down the hill, and it's going to be absolutely as it was. 3 wide into turn 2. That's how you do it, as Lindblad dives in on Niall. Big moves from Tuka Tarbunin, from Arvid Lindblad, I should say. Lindblad dives in on Teofil Niall, and they've got one of the PHMs to the inside. That looks like Valentin Klus. Valentin Klus is driving around the outside of Niall. Beautiful from the German. They nearly lock wheels. Niall is still keeping it honest. Neither driver is backing down. Klus and Niall side by side now for 4 corners. They touch wheels ever so slightly. Klus runs off and drops in behind Teofil Niall. That was feisty. We love it. So Niall, Klus, and behind him is his teammate Noah Stromsted. But Yuga Chukwu has held them off for a lap. Lindblad goes very wide there in the 3rd sector. Here comes Teofil Niall, diving on the inside. The Frenchman pounces and gets past Arvid Lindblad. Great move from Teofil Niall, but he now drifts wide as they go into turn 19. So Lindblad may get a chance for a reprieve here on the run to the final corner. Klus is not far away either. Yuga Chukwu, Tarbunin, Wharton, Rinicella. And in 5th place now, that is Zachary David. He's managed to scamper away and leave these guys to duel. Lindblad runs wide, touches the grass, touches the gravel, and here comes Valentin Klus. They're going to go side by side, and there's nothing Lindblad can do. Valentin Klus is going to sweep in into turn 1, and he'll get the place. So now Lindblad's got to pick up the slipstream before Noah Stromsted comes through, and here's Keanu Al-Azadi. He wants a piece of this as well. Meanwhile, Wharton is swarming around behind his teammate. Tarbunin's trying to protect 2nd place. Look back, look back. A very close battle heading towards us. And is that going to be Klus in front of Lindblad? Yes, it is. Stromsted's going to dive in on the inside of Lindblad now as well. Al-Azari's trying to cut in, but Stromsted's got through. Lindblad's going to try and keep it. Oh, they've rubbed wheels. Stromsted runs off the road. And Al-Azari's going to have a window of opportunity on the inside of Lindblad. Good move from Keanu Al-Azadi. Can he hold it? No, he has to bail out of it. So feisty this early Saturday morning here in Kuwait. And Valentin Klus is scampering away and leaving them. Stromsted, Lindblad, Al-Azadi, and then Hamamda Al-Kubaisi ahead of Lyle, Rifai and McIntyre. Great racing in F4 UAE. So Lindblad is now trying to chase down Noah Stromsted once again. Watch for Lyle and Rifai. They're having a good race battle behind them. McIntyre and Cascaredo are getting in the mix too. 7 minutes 40 behind. This is learning on the job, and now we've got a big move from Klus trying to go round the outside of Niall. Surely not. They both slide wide. Niall just holds on to it in front of Klus, but Stromsted is catching them rapidly. But because he's had to bail off the throttle, you're going to get the 10th position battle reeling in them big time. Zachary David catching up with Rinicella. So it's now a 5-car battle, and here comes Stromsted round the outside of Klus. He's been smart, he's been brave. Lindblad's pitting. Lindblad's bailing out. Lindblad's pitting. Something's wrong. Something's wrong for Lindblad. He's out of the race effectively. But look at Stromstedt round the outside of turn 1 for Niall. He's going to get there. Amazing from Stromstedt. And look at Ugachukwu. He's now defending from Tarpon. No, that's Wharton. That's Wharton in second. Wharton has moved up to second. Klus has managed to get through past Niall as well. Stromstedt round the far side. And Al-Azhari is now under pressure from his teammate Hamdou Al-Kubaisi. Stromstedt runs wide off the road, but still gets past Klus. Oh, and they've taken out the bollard on the inside of the chicane. This is properly fast and furious stuff now. The F4 drivers are giving it everything, no holds barred. Big lockups, big battles, terrific duels. So behind the top 5, we now have Stromstedt, who is up to 6th position, in front of Valentin Klus. Teofil Nal down to 8th. Then it is that Al-Azhari first? Yes, it is. Al-Azhari is ahead of Al-Kubaisi. But Arvid Lindblad has come away from the race. He's had a problem. So this is really tricky stuff. Noah Lyle now behind Federico Rafai by the look of it. So Rafai's got through. Whoa! Niall goes wide and airborne as he hops over the curbs. Keeps going, but that will have hurt. So Teofil Nal down to 8th place. Al-Azhari and Al-Kubaisi are closing up on him now, the 2 Yazheed Racing Academy cars. Still fighting in the top 10. I hope Teofil Nal is okay. That just gives you flashbacks of Abby Eaton last year when she broke her back. But Teofil Nal is still going, so all seems to be okay. Big dive on the inside from Ibrahim. Ibrahim in the final bend, making the move on the inside of Matteo Quintarelli. But he can't get through, and now Akshay Bora's got a run on Ibrahim. So Akshay Bora's going for it as they sweep through turn 1, flat on the throttle. They love turn 1. Up in front, Ugachukwu still hanging on. Wharton 2nd, Tarpon 3rd, Rinicella 4th, David 5th, and now there's an absolute dogfight for 6th position. Those two are off the road. Niall and Al-Azhari are actually off the racetrack as they duel for position. The teammates of BHM are nearly colliding with each other. And there's nothing between Niall and Al-Azhari. Al-Azhari commits. Niall holds on, goes off the road to commit, to hold on to the position. This is wonderful stuff in F4. And there is a black and white flag for number 44, Teofil Nal, for driving standards. I'm not at all surprised. There was no room for Keanu Al-Azhari to stay on the racetrack. So Teofil Nal has been given a slap on the wrist there by the officials. Will McIntyre now getting his elbows out as he duels away with the XL Motorsport cars. He's managed to split Federico Rafai and Noah Lyle, with Jesse Cadasquedo in the R-Race car now trying to creep up behind them as well. And Akshay Bora has dealt with Mohammed Ibrahim. He's got through. Behind them, that is James Bazik, Rafael Narak, and Jack Beaton. An amazing tussle all the way down to Jack Beaton in 19th. Beaton is now making his bid on the inside of Rafael Narak. Not at the back of the queue anymore. Good run from Jack Beaton there. Daniel Kurtzer points out there's more action in 20 minutes than in the whole F1 season this year for sure. Well, don't count your tickets too early, but certainly very exciting stuff. Up the inside comes Rafai. He's going to have to try and fend off now from Will McIntyre. The British driver, Will McIntyre for Hitech, trying to get on terms with him. Bit of a wobble from Rafai out of the final corner. McIntyre knows he's going to be vulnerable. Dives out, tucks in. He's going to go flat through turn 1, and surely McIntyre, no, he has to bail out of it. But he's got pressure of his own. Ugachukwu going ultra defensive now from Wharton. Wharton is putting him under big pressure. James is reeling in the American. These two could be the ultimate fighters of the season. Look at the way Ugachukwu tank slapped it, slid the car out. Now Wharton's got to run on the inside. This is for the lead, and James Wharton takes the lead from Yugo Ugachukwu. Lovely move from Wharton. And now Wharton's got to defend on the inside. There's nothing Ugachukwu could do to hold back the Aussie superstar. James Wharton hits the front. Lovely job. Intimidating Yugo Ugachukwu into the mistake down the hill, and James Wharton bags the lead. So now he's got to hang on for the last 2 minutes plus the additional bonus lap. Sensational stuff going on for James Wharton, and look, he's already trying to build a little bit of a momentum, trying to build an advantage, but he made a mistake, and this is going to be the chance for Ugachukwu to come back at him. He does! Ugachukwu retakes the lead. Oh, brilliant racing. Ugachukwu bounces back in Kuwait, and now James Wharton's going to try and take him on again. All that hard work is undone. The lead changes twice here at Kuwait Motor Town, and Tarpanen is watching it all unfold. He's got a chance to take them both on. So Wharton's going to need to get into the slipstream again. Rinicella and David are waiting in the wings. Valerio Rinicella in fourth, and Zachary David from Malta in fifth. Through the first corner, flat on the throttle. Let's watch again. Now look, Wharton just got a little bit too much on the curve. Ugachukwu's ready for him. He looks left, he looks right, looks left again. Boom! Up the inside. Thank you. Good night, Vienna. And James Wharton gets through initially to the lead, but then Ugachukwu gets him back. And now we're in the final minute of race time. So this is the penultimate lap. They've got this lap and one more to go. This is turning into one of the best F4 scraps I've seen for years. James Wharton will not let Ugachukwu run away with it. And now this is Hamdou Al-Khabaisi dueling with Will McIntyre. McIntyre round the outside at turn 2. Magic. Brilliant work from the Englishman. Will McIntyre storms in and goes round the outside of Hamdou Al-Khabaisi. What a fantastic battle from Will McIntyre. Great job. That is hard to pull off. And the British driver, Will McIntyre, makes the move around the outside in turn 2 and takes on Hamdou Al-Khabaisi in style. So now Hamdou Al-Khabaisi has got to fend off from Federico Rifai. The two UAE drivers battling away now. But Will McIntyre has got himself a championship point by storming past Hamdou Al-Khabaisi. Time has run out. So now this is the penultimate lap. Ugachukwu seems to have got himself back into good race-winning contention. He's built a little bit of a gap between himself and Wharton. Tarpanen's in third, Rinicella's in fourth, and Zach David is in fifth. Here they come over the top of the grace down on the final turn. And onto the home straight once more. Big gap back to Noah Stromstead in sixth place. But here we go, last lap. Last lap begins. And Ugachukwu has got to hold on to this now. From Wharton, Tarpanen, Rinicella and Zach David. There's Stromstead, Klus and Teofil Nile. Teofil Nile has been given a 10-second penalty for his tactics earlier on. Whoa! That's close, and they actually rub wheels. That's very tight indeed between Alexander Abkasava and Jack Beaton. They actually rub wheels there. Very close indeed. They go through turn 1 flat on the throttle. But that's about as close as it gets to a big accident without actually having one. Great duels all the way down the field. And now Federico Rifai has managed to get past Hamdou Al-Khabaisi. So great racing all the way through. This is what happens when you can get a green race, but you can just run it through. Kuwait Motor Town, I think the jury was still out after yesterday. Today, I don't think there's any doubt. This is a brilliant playground. Up the inside. Nice move there from the Prema. That is Bianca Bustamante dueling away in the middle of the gaggle with Sebastian Murray, and she gets through. So a nice run there from Bianca Bustamante. She makes a good overtake there on the final lap. But Noah Stromstead still hanging on in front of Valentin Klus. But now that Ugachukwu has taken back the lead, he has dug deep and he has found something special. So it is going to be a third win of the season for the American star from New York, Ugachukwu, out in front. The McLaren Junior in the Prema is very much on top of things now. He will come up to the final turn, and it's going to be his moment. In 2 consecutive weekends, he takes victory. He won in Dubai, now he's won in Kuwait. Ugachukwu wins ahead of James Wharton and Tuka Tarpanen. Game on for this championship. Ugachukwu versus James Wharton is the hottest ticket in town. A brilliant rivalry brewing between these two. Great racing to the line again between these two. Is Beaton going to get there first? Oh my goodness! Beaton misses out on Alex Abkasava by 0.003 of a second of the line. Don't you just love F4 racing? Wonderful stuff. And Yugo Ugachukwu wins his 3rd race out of 5 to extend his lead in the championship. But James Wharton is definitely throwing everything he can at the American. Yugo Ugachukwu versus James Wharton. That was the race of the season. A brilliant battle so far in this championship fight, but Yugo Ugachukwu, he lost out to James Wharton and he said, no, I am not buying this. I don't want to be part of this script. I'm going to throw it in the bin and take him back on. And he did, beautifully. Yugo Ugachukwu may be one of the most calm, quiet and silent of race drivers. He even makes Kimi Räikkönen look like William Shakespeare at times. But I tell you what, Yugo Ugachukwu is a demon behind the wheel. James Wharton's going to have to do his homework here to take him on over the course of the season. Thought he had him, just couldn't quite hang on. Solid from Tuukka Tarponen. He takes the rookie win, and that's his 2nd rookie win of the season. Very unfortunate, though, for Arvid Lindblad, who ended up retiring from the race with some kind of problem. And what a drive through the field from Jack Beaton. He made up 9 places, as pointed out by Jeff Saragi. Very true. What a great job. So the point scorers are Ugachukwu, Wharton and Tarponen, of course, in the top 3. Minichella and David. Noah Stromstead, great drive from him in P6. From Valentin Klus, Keanu Al-Azari, Will McIntyre charging through, and Federico Rifai. Some new point scorers then in the races today, and very deserving too. But what a race it was here at race 2 in Kuwait. Bring on race 3, that's what I say. Yugo Ugachukwu battling with the Mumbai Falcons of James Wharton and Tuukka Tarponen. This is getting interesting now. But it's 3 wins out of 5 for the very quiet, very calm American Yugo Ugachukwu. This is about as much emotion as Yugo Ugachukwu ever shows. You never really know what he's thinking. And that's what makes him such an enigma, such a mystery. McLaren are fascinated. They're in. And the American has now won 60% of the races this year. Can he sustain it into the final checkered flag at Yas Marina? Tough to tell. Wharton is giving him so much pressure now. It's the widest smile I've ever seen Yugo Ugachukwu smile. I think he knows now this is a proper championship fight. He's looking in control of it. A great run from Yugo Ugachukwu. He takes the win from James Wharton. Tuukka Tarponen in 3rd place, gets the rookie win. Valerio Minichella 4th ahead of Zachary David. Then Noah Stromstead ahead of Valentin Klus. Keanu Al-Azari is 8th. Will McIntyre is 9th. And Federico Rifai in 10th. They are the point scorers of a brilliant, brilliant race. 11th place for Hamda Al-Kubaisi, just missing out on the points from Akshibora, who charged through to P12. Noah Lyle in 13th from Mohamed Ibrahim. Teofil Nar drops to 15th after a penalty. Jesse Kadashkedo 16th from Rafael Narak and James Pizik. Then Alexander Abkasava and Jack Beaton storming up to 20th. Then it is Matteo Quintarelli in front of Dion Gauda, Nicola Lacorte and Flavio Olivieri. The feisty Bianca Bustamante in front of Sebastian Murray, Victoria Blachina, Kai Darignani, Alexander Boduev and Emily de Hus. The final finishers were Georgi Jaravsky, Luciano Morano, Arvid Lindblad, who did finish, but down at the back. And there were problems for Lene Buehler and Theo Jensen. Down in the pit lane, Feline has found Yugo Ugachukwu.
Hey Ugo, amazing performance. Tell us how you managed to keep the lead until the last minute.
Yeah, such a difficult race here, you know, with the long straight, the slipstream is very powerful, so yeah, I was having to push a lot in the middle sector to try to get a bit of a gap. Then I lost the lead, but yeah, I managed to do a great move into T15, take the lead back, and yeah, from there on I was just pushing as hard as I could till the end.
Okay, congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah. 那刚刚我问到 Ugo 呢，他这场表现呢是如何来保持领先的地位，一直到最后。他也提到呢，他这个开始的时候表现还不错，但是呢，这个因为有非常长的直线，速度非常的快，所以他其实是有很大的难度的。那同时呢，他失去了在最后他开始呢中间一段呢还是保持了比较大的优势，但是到最后呢失去了领先的优势。不过他在第14个弯角呢又15弯拿回了领先的位置，最后得到了冠军，他也非常的开心。Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Feline. Great to hear from Ugo Ugachukwu. Clearly very motivated now for the rest of this season, as he has taken his 3rd win out of 5 in F4 United Arab Emirates Championship 2023. Let's look back over what can only be described as the race of the year. So the original start was a little bit lackadaisical, as we sadly had Kanato Lee stalling on the original grid. Jacob Bergmeister couldn't avoid him. Bang! Unfortunately, that would eventually bring out the red flags. A separate incident involving Hyu Yamakoshi put him out of the race as well, and the race would then be neutralised. Kanato Lee and Jacob Bergmeister out, and unfortunately perfectly okay. On the restart, 3 wide to turn 2, but Ugachukwu hung on by a thread. And from then on, we suddenly had battles galore everywhere you looked, as driver after driver gave us entertainment after entertainment. Lindblad dueling away through the field, Teofil Nal storming up the inside. Unfortunately, the Frenchman would then incur a penalty later on. But Ugachukwu versus Wharton really was the duel for the ages. A slight mistake for Ugachukwu, enough for Wharton to slide in and take the lead. But sadly, James Wharton's lead wouldn't even last a lap, as just 7 corners later, Ugachukwu found the move and got him back. Beautiful from both men. The racing in the midfield was just as exciting as it was up front. Everybody putting in stellar moves and brilliant racecraft, with only really one major penalty in the field for Teofil Nal, 10 seconds for his antics. But Ugachukwu, after a brilliant race, makes it win number 3 out of 5. His championship lead cannot be contested for now. A very important victory then for Ugo Ugachukwu. A very exciting battle here in Kuwait, and it certainly takes us one step closer to an epic title showdown. There you are, ladies and gentlemen, your top 3. Tarpanen, the rookie winner. Wharton in 2nd. Ugachukwu in the victory position. It could be these two that duel for this championship fight for the rest of the season. And I can tell you that there is not going to be a new championship leader here this weekend now. After Ugachukwu's victory, he is a full 26 points clear of Arvid Lindblad in the title fight, with James Wharton now up to 52. And Tuka Tarpanen up to 46. So it's obviously going to be a very exciting fight from here on out, but this weekend at least, Ugachukwu cannot be caught in the championship lead. So he will go to round 3 in a few days' time, still as the championship leader. But in race 3, James Wharton, Tuka Tarpanen and Arvid Lindblad are going to have to do their homework to catch up with the American. 3 wins out of 5 so far. And can the American continue to extend his advantage? We'll have to find out later in race 3 of the F4 United Arab Emirates Championship, certified by FIA. Formula Regional is out on track next. I'm Jake Sanson. See you in a while. been fun and games for the second round of Formula Regional Middle East Championship certified by FIA 2023, and we're loving our first visit to this gorgeous, sumptuous Kuwait Motor Town circuit.
各位观众，大家好，欢迎回到我们的直播现场。即将进行的是中东区域方程式锦标赛第二站、第二回合的正赛了。那么我是菲林，在我身边的是 Jake。So Jake, tell us more about the championship. It seems getting more and more interesting.
Yes, indeed. We had 3 different winners at Dubai, and all of them are struggling to get to that same sort of consistent pace here in Kuwait. But one man is head and shoulders above the rest in nearly every session. Andrea Kimi Antonelli. He was fast in Dubai, he's fast here, and he's an early championship favourite in only his second weekend.
OK。So, 那我刚刚问到 Jake 呢，他对锦标赛到目前是如何看的呢？因为在迪拜，在3个回合当中，我们有3个冠军。不过在科威特这里呢，他们的速度都没有很快。那 Jake 也提到呢，像我们的意大利车手 Kimi 在一直保持了非常快的速度，包括在科威特这里也是这样的。不过在今天的比赛开始之前，先让我们回顾一下上一场比赛的精彩集锦。
We had a fantastic race yesterday. Let's look back how it all unfolded. What a race it was. A fabulous battle from the start was guaranteed, but we didn't quite expect the fireworks that ensued. Joshua Dirksen from pole position led away from Andrea Kimi Antonelli, but as the slipstream came into effect, 5 drivers wanted the corner, and unfortunately, it all came unstuck. A big incident, taking off 9 cars in one fell swoop, and a very strange incident indeed. The safety car came out, the red flags followed it, and it emerged that several drivers were going no further. It left Dino Beganovic to duel with his teammate Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who led for about 57 centimetres. But unfortunately, the Italian couldn't sustain the move. Montoya banzaied for the move on the inside of the PHM twins and got into 3rd. But the race was just getting started. Josh Dufek ended up getting squeezed by his teammate Taylor Barnard, who would rather sadly end up with a 10-second penalty later on. Han Shin-Yu would do his best to keep everybody behind him. It was a very tough call. Then came the duel that ended Sebastian Montoya's race. Josh Dufek would not give way. Montoya tried to get back on the circuit and ended up sadly spearing into the side of the PHM. Broken front suspension and game over for the Colombian. It brought out the safety car. Rafael Camara's breakdown then triggered the safety car to stay out longer. The race would end behind the safety car itself. Victory for Dino Beganovic for the 2nd time. A very lucky Super Swede and back in the fight for the championship title. While sadly Taylor Barnard's podium was short-lived, he would eventually end up getting a 10-second penalty, which promotes the Swiss driver Joshua Dufek to the podium, and it means that Taylor Barnard would drop out of the top 10, and that means he'll start in the midfield for today's race. It also elevates Levente Ravesh, the Hungarian, to pole position for this race, alongside his teammate Matthias Zagazeta. So it really is going to be quite an astonishing situation in terms of the competition. So the competitors are reeling in a fascinating battle around this Kuwait Motor Town circuit, the 2nd race that will have taken place on this circuit. But the question is, are we going to get a fully green race? There's not going to be an easy battle on this brand new Kuwait Motor Town circuit. Set in the picturesque heart of the Middle East, it is now the longest race circuit in the region. Built in 2019 by the F1 architect Herman Tilke, 20 corners, elevation changes, fast sweeping straights. The run from turn 1 to turn 2 runs parallel to the drag strip here. And what a fabulous facility. The drivers are already falling in love with it. You really get a little bit of everything with this race circuit. And here is your driver's guide on board with Joshua Dufek, the man who finished 3rd in yesterday's race. Powering on the throttle, slightly uphill, flat on the throttle in 5th gear through turn 1. Then you're on the power, running parallel to the drag strip. A very popular part of the racing scene here in Kuwait, but also a great opportunity to grab slipstream and head into the inside line of your opponent. Then you brake, you grab it at about 75 metres into this hairpin, but you can carry a lot of speed through. So through turn 2, try not to catch too much curb on the exit, then down the drop, left, right, hold a lot of curb, then left as you hold it out. The radius of the corner opens up and then tightens back in again. So through turn 6, you've got to keep it nice and balanced. Not too much turn in, not too much throttle. The back will want to overtake the front. then through the right-hand sweeping hairpin. You've got to grab the inside on the second part of the radius, back on the power, and then you're surging through the first of these S's. You don't really get to change the steering radius at this point, but then through the next chicane, you really feel the G-force. You're still accelerating as you power through, and you've got to be careful as you react to the changing dynamic of the direction change. Second apex, third apex, all of this carrying through the right, then hug the curb on the fourth, and this is where you get one more chance to nail it. A lot of curb needed on that one. It's an open left-hander that then tightens in for turn 18 for the next left-hander. Then you've got to get back on the power. You've got to really turn in at exactly the right moment for 19 to hit that curb and then catch it on the exit. Now you're dropping downhill over the crest, and it's a big run actually from 19 to 20. And this is another opportunity if you want to be brave into the final turn. But most drivers prefer to wait for turn 2. Catch it a very tight hairpin on the final bend and up and over the circuit straight once again. 5.6 kilometers. A fabulous race circuit here at Kuwait Motor Town, and a really exciting battle for all of the contenders to go racing. But after the crazy nature of yesterday's race, we have got a proper topsy-turvy grid for race 2. And with this being the reverse grid race, where the top 10 drivers end up having to reverse their positions from where they finished, Taylor Barnard's penalty dropping him out of the top 10 has shuffled everything in the top 10. It really is quite a crazy situation, and it is an all RHGP front row with Levente Revej of Hungary alongside Matías Zagazeta of Peru on the front row of the starting grid. So down to the grid we go with Feline Wang, who has found our pole sitter, Levi Revej.
Hey Levi, how hard is it going to be to stay ahead of the competition?
Yeah, I expect a good start. I expect to be fast in the first couple of laps. I think I can manage to do that, and yeah, I can remain in P1.
Have a good race. 刚刚呢，我是问到例外呢，他因为今天呢是倒序发车的一个形式，他呢是从他上一场呢因为是第十名，所以从头位发车。那么他也提到呢，这个会这个竞争会非常的激烈，他也希望呢自己能有一个好的表现。Back to you guys.
Thanks, Feline. Levi Revej looking decidedly nervous there in pole position. He's not the best one to talk in front of media cameras at the best of times, but he's certainly looking a little bit wary ahead of this one, and it doesn't really surprise me in the slightest. Well, it's definitely going to be a very interesting battle as the contenders gear up for an exciting challenge out on the course. We've had a fabulous set of questions coming in from the viewers. Thank you very much indeed for those questions, by the way. Santeri Likkinen, I hope I've said that right, has asked, how big is the performance gap between Formula Regional and Formula 3? Well, that is a really good question, actually, and this is a good preparation for the competitors. If I were to tell you that the power output of these Alfa Romeo engines was 270 brake horsepower at 6,000 RPM, and the F3 car is 380 brake horsepower at 8,000 RPM, that tells you that you've basically got another 110 horsepower to go before you get to F3 cars. So this is the perfect preparation and a great stopgap between Formula Regional and Formula 3. There's Andrea Kimi Antonelli. A very solid performance from him so far this season. He's been in the top 5 in pretty much every single session so far this year. And it really is quite an exceptional performance from the Italian so far. The Mercedes Junior is definitely keeping things very neat and tidy as he continues in having a wonderful run so far. But a really exceptional performance as the competitors know just how tricky it's going to be. We had a big accident at the start of yesterday's race, which took out 9 cars. As a result of that, there is one car which is not starting the race today, and that is Brad Benavides in the Hyderabad Blackbirds MP car, which is just too damaged to go into race 2. They are going to try and make a bid to get the car ready for race 3, but looking at the car this morning, it really was absolutely appalling. There is Rafael Camara, who had a bit of a nightmare yesterday, and unfortunately he had a engine misfire develop, which unfortunately put him out of the race because under safety car he couldn't keep the engine revs running at a decent temperature. So unfortunately that answers Ning Yuvi's question about what happened to Rafael Camara yesterday. A real shame that he wasn't able to run through. Now, Alberto Comin asks about the tyre allocation. How does it work? Well, in Formula Regional, you get 3 sets of tyres to last you the whole race weekend. That's all you get. So what tends to happen is the drivers will pick a fresh set of tyres for qualifying 1, a fresh set of tyres for qualifying 2, to get the most out of the car in qualifying. Then, obviously, you go into the races knowing that you've got 3 sets of tyres, 2 of which are used and 1 of which is fresh. So the drivers have a complete free rein as to when to use the tyres to the best advantage. You'll get quite a few drivers that will save their best tyres until race 3 to get the absolute best result that they can out of the sessions. But particularly in a race like this one, a reverse grid race, you'll probably find a few of the big name drivers will actually use old tyres, whereas the drivers that have found themselves in a prominent position up the front will stick on the fresh tyres. They're not going to get a better chance of winning a race, so this is the moment for them to put fresh tyres on. And that's why you always get this really intriguing difference in the battles in the reverse grid races compared to race 1 or race 3, where it's a little bit more uniform. But check that vision out. Our race Grand Prix, 1, 2 and 3 on the starting grid. Very much where they wanted to be and where they've been threatening to be for a fair while now, but they got the perfect result yesterday to make it happen. Levente Revej, Matthias Zagazeta and Nikhil Bora on the front 3 positions of the grid. And don't forget that Nikhil Bora actually won at Dubai 2 weeks ago, so he knows how to win a race in this situation. The other 2 do not. 4th position on the starting grid is the rookie Luke Browning, who is only in his 2nd ever Formula Regional race in the high-tech. And he has a chance to pull off a really special result here from P4 on the grid. 5th place is Rafael Villagomez, the Mexican. He lines up on the 3rd row alongside the Korean driver Michael Shin. And then on the 4th row of the grid come the first of the big guns. Aidan Neat is starting 7th place on the grid for Prema. Joshua Dufek is there in 8th position on the grid. He was elevated to 3rd place after Tyler Barnard's penalty yesterday. And then on row 5, it's an all Mumbai Falcons affair. The championship leader, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, starts 9th. And Dino Beganovic, race 1 winner, both here and in Dubai, starts 10th. This is going to be a fascinating challenge. In the midfield, it's all up in the air as well. Giovanni Maschio starts 11th from Niels Kuhlen. Wang Shengwei and Taylor Barnard 14th. Then Han Chinyu and Dan Mavlyutyov. Sami Megatuniv is only 17th on the grid for this one. Rafael Camara is 18th. And then we've got some big names that were all wiped out in the first race shenanigans. Sebastian Montoya, Pepe Marti, Josh Dirksen, Lorenzo Flusha, Mari Boya, Gabriele Mini, Nikita Bedrin, Francesco Braschi, and Tazanapol Intrafuvazak, who didn't race yesterday because he had an engine seize in qualifying 2. Fortunately, that has all been repaired, and Taz Intrafuvazak is back in racing position once again. So hopefully all of that made sense to everybody. But it's a really exciting run from all of the competitors as they continue in an exciting challenge for all of the drivers out there on the course. Can Nikhil Bora double up the way he did in Dubai and take a victory? It's definitely going to be a big challenge for him because the 2 men in front of him are his teammates. He wants to get the win, but he also doesn't want to cause team friction. There was already some of that yesterday. There was a little bit of an argument apparently yesterday between the Hyderabad Blackbird drivers over who was really at fault for the start line incident. And it does show you that the tensions really do run high here in Formula Regional. These guys are all trying to elevate their way up the motor racing ladder and jump into a car with 110 brake horsepower more than they've got, of course, into Formula 3. So this is an important one for the drivers to get right. But here at Kuwait Motor Town, there are so many variables. And look at that starting grid shot. On the even side of the grid, everybody has got sunshine on the start line. But on the odd side of the grid, they're still in the shade. That could be very, very important heading to the first corner. So let's see how the competitors are prepared. It looks like we've got one car still with a mechanic next to it on the grid. You've got to get out of the way, and that's a real problem for the 34 car. As we go around for our formation lap, we have a problem on the grid, and it's for Francesco Braschi. Well, Whatever the problem is, we've got to go racing. Levente Revesh and Matthias Zagazeta are on the front row of the grid. Second row sees Nikhil Bora beside the British driver Luke Browning for High Tech Grand Prix. Then it's Rafael Villa-Gomez in the pinnacle alongside Michael Shin for Prema. Then Aidan Neat lines up alongside Joshua Dufek. Prema versus PHM. And then it's an all Mumbai Falcons row 5. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, championship leader and double winner Dino Beganovic. Giovanni Mascio starts a revelating 11 alongside P12 Niels Kulin. Then it's Wang Shongwei alongside Taylor Barnard, who'll be charging through from P14. Then Han Chen Yu for the R&B Racing team alongside Dan Mavlutyov in the high-tech. Then we have Sami Megatuniv for Hyderabad Blackbirds and Rafael Kamara for Mumbai Falcons. Then come the victims of yesterday's encounters. Sebastian Montoya beside Pepe Marti. On row 11, it's Joshua Dirksen and Lorenzo Flusha. Watch those two charge through from the back. Then Mari Boya, race 3 winner in Dubai, alongside Gabriele Mini, race winner last year. Then Nikita Bedrin for the PHM team, alongside Francesco Braschi, we hope. And then at the back of the grid, on his own, is Tarzan Drovozak, as Brad Benavides will not take the start. So the Benavides car absolutely destroyed after going barrel rolling yesterday in race 1. So whether or not it will make an appearance for race 3 or not remains to be seen. But certainly from Brad Benavides' point of view, the first weekend in Kuwait Motor Town is a bit of a write-off, I'm afraid. So the drivers are getting themselves ready and warmed up. They're obviously heating the tyres and brakes to optimum temperature to get themselves ready for a good start. But it will be fabulous to see just how tricky it's going to be. Are we going to get to see a solid effort then from the drivers as they race forward from the start line? Are we going to get a clean run to turn 2? We haven't had one so far in Formula Regional. We had incidents in both of the first races yesterday across F4 and Formula Regional. So let's see how it plays out. It was deemed that Taylor Barnard was the reason for the incident yesterday. He was given a 10-second penalty for it. Whether you agree with that or not, that is still the outcome. So unfortunately he lost his podium yesterday and dropped back to 14th on the grid for this one. So he is going to be making up places big time. The RHGP trio will lead us off. Revesh, Zagazeta and Bora. 4th on the grid will be Luke Browning. A big opportunity for the Autosport Award winner 2022, who of course at the end of this year is going to get his first Formula 1 test with the Aston Martin team. So some big opportunities coming then in Formula Regional for a lot of big names that are out of position. None of the race-winning drivers this year are even in the front row of the grid. Nikhil Bora starts 3rd though. He has a chance to make it 2 reverse grid wins out of 2. Did it last time in Dubai from pole. This time he's doing it from 3rd with his teammates Zagazeta and Revesh in front of him. You can bet that all 3 drivers are going to have put fresh tyres on, with this now their best chance of getting a race win. The last few cars get themselves into position on the grid. Anything could happen. Race 2, Formula Regional Middle East Championship, Kuwait Motor Town. An all RHGP front row. Revesh on your left, Zagazeta on your right, Bora and Browning on the 2nd row, with all the big names down the midfield. Let's go racing now! Perfect start from the front of the grid for Zagazeta. He's actually going to pop in behind, but Bora's got a better one round the outside. Bora's going to get into 2nd place as he now sets off after his teammate, Levente Revesh. They go down the back straight, and this is where we get into Slipstream City alongside the drag strip. Side by side, the 2 leaders. Wait for it. Hit the braking zone nicely. It's going to be round the outside from Bora on his teammate Revesh, who goes deep into the brakes. Is everybody going to make it through? Couple of drivers running wide, but no contact this time. And it's still pushing forward. Oh, what a start. Now, who's that that's come through? That's one of the pinnacles. That's Villa-Gomez. Rafael Villa-Gomez, the Mexican, has hit the front in Formula Regional Middle East here in Kuwait. The Race GP trio have been absolutely massacred on the way through the first lap. And now they're 2nd and 3rd with one of the PHMs forward. That's got to be Josh Dufek. And running sideways, that's Dino Beganovic battling in with the Premas. What's happened to Luke Browning? He's lost a lot of ground on the first lap. That's unfortunate for the Brit. A bit of a twitch there from Dino. Andrea Antonelli is held up in the gaggle. Sebastian Montoya's made a good start. But everybody's mixing it very valiantly indeed as Rafael Villagomez, the Mexican, leads and has stretched away. Amazing start. And a really exciting battle continuing as Revesh runs in second in front of Nikhil Bora. But Rafael Villagomez has the perfect start here in Kuwait Motor Town, and he leads on lap 1. And at least we kept it clean. It's the first time all weekend that we've had a completely clean first lap in either F4 or Formula Regional, as down the inside. There goes the move from Taylor Barnard, trying to work his way up the inside of one of the Premers. I think it's Michael Shin, but here we go. Villagomez, Revesh, Bora, Dufek, Antonelli is the one in fifth. Then Shin, Barnard, Neat, Browning, Beganovic and Montoya. Another brilliant start from the Colombian. So as the field swings in through turn 2, there is a lot of great battling to be had. Fastest in the first sector of anybody was Taz in the Vuvuzak on the last lap as they battle away. Whoa! Front wing's gone flying further back. That's one of the Mumbai Falcons in trouble by the look of it. I think that might have been Dino Beganovic. So I think Beganovic has lost his front wing. Already in big trouble. Yes, it is Beganovic. He's had to fly off the road there. Big problems for the winner yesterday. What is it about Beganovic? Oh, it's Montoya! Montoya's gone again! What a shame for Sebastian Montoya. 2 races in a row now. He can't believe it. That is almost certainly championship hopes dashed. Well, big disappointment. Look at Dino Beganovic though, dropping through the field like a stone. And that is really unfortunate for the Super Swede. And I'm afraid that's any chance of points in race 2 gone for Dino Beganovic. Villagomez leads the way beautifully though. Revesh, Bora, Dufek, Antonelli, Shin and Barnard. Then Aidan Neat in front of Luke Browning. But already it looks as though we've had a couple of issues there. Zagazeta seems to have had a difficult lap from what was the front row of the grid. He's dropped out of the points already. Safety car, and that is got to be for Montoya's struck car on the far side of turn 2. That's a real shame, but it's a safety car. We had one green lap at least, but I'm afraid at the end of lap 2, the safety car is out. So Rafael Villagomez is the race leader. His hard work has just evaporated. So Beganovic has dropped back, so has obviously Montoya. He's out of the race. Bedrin is up to 17th, Mini to 18th, in Vuvuzak, Flusha, Kulin, Mashio, Mavlutiov, Brashi and Zhongwei Wang. So we've got a replay. Are we about to see what happened to Montoya? So if you look in the background, look, that's Browning defending Beganovic, and there goes Beganovic's front wing. But unfortunately, we didn't see what happened to Montoya as a result. If we could get a look at the other camera facing up the straight, we might be able to pick it up. But Beganovic and Montoya, rather sadly, tangling there with what looks like Luke Browning. I think Beganovic just ended up having a bit of a moment. Well, safety car, very unfortunate. But the man who really is in the worst position as a result of this safety car is Rafael Villagomez, the race leader. He had stretched out a bit of a gap over Revesh, but unfortunately now he's got a massive amount of work to do because he's got so much pressure on this restart. And up to third, incidentally, has come Joshua Dufek. So Dufek managed to get past Nikhil Bora. Now, based on the speed yesterday, the best chance of a win in the top 4 at the moment appears to be Joshua Dufek. And he will know that in third position. This is his best chance yet to take a breakthrough Formula Regional victory. But I can tell you that nobody in the top 3 has ever won a Formula Regional race. Rafael Villagomez leading, Levento Revesh in second, and Joshua Dufek in third. What a fabulous opportunity. Nikhil Bora is 4th. Andrea Antonelli is 5th. How does he do it? Always in the top 5. That's how to win the championship. And 6th position for Taylor Barnard, in front of Aidan Neat and Michael Shin, the Prema Racing twins. Luke Browning is 9th. And after an amazing start, Joshua Dirksen is in 10th position. What a way to bounce back. Kamara's made a good start, he's in 11th. Sami Megatunev is in 12th, a good start for him too. Zagazeta has fallen all the way to 13th, I'm afraid, in front of Mari Boya and Han Shen-Yu. 16th is Pepe Marti. Then it is Nikita Bedrin and Gabriele Mini from Tazza de Vavazak and Lorenzo Flusha. 21st is Niels Kulin. 22nd, Giovanni Mascio. Then Mavlutiov, Brashi and Wang Zhongwei. And Dino Beganovic has pitted and rejoined at the back of the field. So Dino Beganovic has caught them up. You'll see them hopefully as they come through. There is Dino, right at the back of the field in the number 10 car. The marshals have got rid of Sebastian Montoya. And the car well removed. Gabriele Mini is in the pits. Gabriele Mini is just pitted underneath my commentary box. So Gabriele Mini in the high-tech has got a problem, and he's in pit road. All of the drivers from last year just having no luck at all in 2023. Montoya out, Beganovic having a problem down at the back, Mini having a problem down at the back. So yet again, if Gabriele Mini gets out of the pits and into position, there is the Bobcat just getting Sebastian Montoya's car clear, and it gets in the way of our camera briefly. And I think we're going to go racing this time by. If Gabriele Mini can close up on the back of the field, who's he going to be racing with on the exit? Dino Beganovic. You couldn't write it. It's the rivalry that just will not die. So the competitors are getting themselves dialed in, ready for the restart, which I think should happen this lap, as the Bobcat has got Montoya's car well out of the way. We've got plenty of time to alert the drivers to the situation, unless there's something else that needs to be cleared around the circuit. We could also, of course, need to wait for the Bobcat to be returned to its original position. But safety has to come first. We may need to wait till the next lap to restart this. No, we don't. Safety car in at the end of this lap. There we go. Oh, Gabriele Mini's out. He's out. So problems for Gabriele Mini. That might have been left over from yesterday's race. But a very frustrated Gabriele Mini out of the race once again, just like yesterday. Wow. Disaster for Gabriele Mini as Rafael Villagomez backs the pack up, ready to go racing again this time. He's got to time it right, because the safety car is only round the previous corner, so he's really got to back him up. Rafael Villagomez, the Mexican, has never been in this situation before. He's never been in a position where he's got to hold the pack to ransom. So this is going to be a tough one for Villagomez. He's still warming up tyres and brakes. He may leave it to the last minute. We are going to go racing this time. Who's going to get the win? Your guess is as good as mine. Villagomez has gone for it. Over the top of the crest. Here we go. Joshua Dufek's got to be ready on the restart, and he is. He's going to hunt down Levente Revege. There's going to be battles galore. Oh, problems for Antonelli. Antonelli's parking it. Antonelli is parking it on the final bend. Problems for Kimi Antonelli. He's out. So Kimi Antonelli, the championship leader, is out in Kuwait as we go green again. So Kimi Antonelli is out of the race. And now Josh Dufek is going for second on Levente Revege. Down to the braking zone for two. He's going for the lead. He's going to get them both. They block up. Watch for Bora. Bora's got all three of them. Nikhil Bora goes from fourth to first in one move. Joshua Dufek is going to come around the outside to grab second, but his eagerness to get the lead. They all locked up, they all ran wide, and Nikhil Bora takes them all. Brilliant from Nikhil Bora. And now he's got a perfect clear track in front of him to go and get this win yet again. Fresh off the back of his team's title win in the Indian Racing League in December. Fresh off the back of taking his first Formula Regional win 2 weeks ago in Dubai. Now Nikhil Bora leads the way in majestic fashion in Kuwait. So now they've got to keep it going. Let's look at that again. Look at the move from Duvek. He knows he's got a chance to get them both, so he commits to it. Watch Bora in fourth. Wait for it. Drift wide. Tuck in. Thank you very much, boys. I'm in the lead. Beautiful from Nikhil Bora. Stunning stuff. And we're under safety car again. Safety car again. Safety car has been called. It's got to be for Antonelli at the final bend. Safety car on track once again, but Nikhil Bora has stolen the lead in magnificent fashion. We said, did we not, that Villa Gomez was going to struggle to hold the lead. Oh, it looks as though there's been some contact from Rafael Kamara. His front nose is damaged. But I'm afraid Andrea Kimi Antonelli is out of this race. And Luke Browning has dropped back big time on this lap. Problems for Luke Browning by the look of it. So Browning has dropped all the way down to 11th. Wow, there is Andrea Kimi Antonelli. No. The championship leader is out. Well, I'm afraid it's game over for the championship leader, and that means we could get a new one. He's been solid and consistent, and that's how. Look at the left rear. Broken suspension. Now, how has that happened? Has he had contact with somebody under safety car? Because that started on the restart. Either that or he's taken a curve a little bit too aggressively. But for the first time this year, Andrea Kimi Antonelli fails to finish. Wow, big drama here in Kuwait as we go to safety car for the second time in order to remove Antonelli's car. Now, it's at the final bend, so I don't think it'll take too long, but I think we'll be under safety car for this lap and the next one, and then we'll go racing again. But what a move from Nikhil Bora. Yung UV asks, can Rafael Kamara please have one clean race? I think that's a fair comment. Racing Dome's feeling sorry for my voice, it can't take any more. No, I've still got a few bits and pieces left in it, don't you worry. This is a really tough race battle. A really tough race battle. So, what are we going to get now from the remaining 14.5 minutes? A little bit of safety car time, of course. Track limits at turn 4, lap 1, to be investigated after the race. Now, who is that going to be? I'm not sure who is that going to be for. That's going to be one of the drivers in the top 3, most certainly. Well, we're not entirely sure what happened to Andrea Kimi Antonelli, but certainly the left rear wheel was broken on the restart. So his car is off the road at the final turn, and the Bobcat is now being readied to collect it. Let's have a look again. Now look, was there contact? I don't think there was. No, there wasn't any contact between Barnard and Antonelli. The rear of the car has just collapsed. So there was no contact between Barnard and Antonelli at all. Well, fascinating. Now the safety car has been instructed to bring the cars through the pit lane again because the Bobcat is on track recovering Antonelli's car. So that's going to be a very interesting situation now. Now, if Bora wins the race, he'll score 25 points and he will level the championship standings up at the front. So on countback, by virtue of the fact that Bora is going to have 2 wins to Antonelli's none, then Bora is going to take the lead of the championship. What an amazing turnaround for the Singaporean Nikhil Bora. That's a sorry sight if you're an Andrea Kimi Antonelli fan. What a shame for the Mumbai Falcon, who was leading the championship, could still be leading the championship by the end of this one. So we're not entirely sure how that's happened, because we looked to see if there was any contact between Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Taylor Barnard in the final turn, and it was very clear on the replay that there was none. Whether he's had contact just before or not, we don't know, but we certainly can't speculate. So now we've lost 3 of the biggest names from this field. Sebastian Montoya, Gabriele Mini and Andrea Kimi Antonelli are all out of the race. So a very tough battle here in Kuwait Motor Town. But Nikhil Bora now leads after a stunning overtake from 4th to 1st, and that is going to be remembered for a long time in this Formula Regional Middle East Championship, potentially as the move of the season. Nikhil Bora was just so calm. He just let the three of them all drift out wide and went, okay, that's fine. You missed the apex, no worries. I'm going to nail it, I'm going to get the throttle, and I'm going to take the lead. Stunning move from Nikhil Bora. Like a Hollywood movie scene, he storms through to grab the victory. But it's not done yet. Still a long way to go. So let's see if Nikhil Bora, Joshua Dufek and Levent Revesh are going to remain in the top 3 positions. Zagazeta, who was on the front row, has plummeted all the way to 13th. It's not easy to keep this position up front in a reverse grid situation. Nikhil Bora now has a chance to win from the front. They go through the pit lane once again, because as you can see, the Bobcat is there retrieving Kimi Antonelli's car. So they will continue once this has been cleared. But what a strange race weekend this is turning out to be. It seems that nobody is exempt from drama. Nobody is exempt from disaster. Nikhil Bora ahead of Joshua Dufek and Levento Revesh in 3rd, ahead of Rafael Villagomez, then Taylor Barnard. Then it is Aidan Neat in front of his teammate Michael Shin. Then Rafael Kamara, despite a slightly scratched front nose. Then Dirksen and Megatuniv. Browning is in 11th. 12th is Boya. 13th is Zagazeta. Then it's Han Shen-Yu from Nikita Bedrin, Pepe Marti and Lorenzo Flusha. Taz of the Vivazak, Niels Kulin, Giovanni Mascio and Francesco Braschi ahead of Dino Beganovic, Dan Mavlutiov and Wang Zhongwei. But there is the retirement. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the reason we're under safety car. We came off one safety car and went straight into another one nearly, because unfortunately for the Italian, he came into the final turn and the left rear wheel just snapped. We don't know whether there was contact to trigger it or whether it was just pushed too hard over the curbs in race 1 yesterday. We don't know, we can't speculate. But certainly a very unhappy Andrea Kimi Antonelli is now there on the pit wall, watching with his teammates. That's Kiddo Smile in the baseball cap behind. Not racing this weekend. Very unhappy Andrea Kimi Antonelli. I don't think he knows what happened. We certainly don't. So this is going to be a very tough situation. So now let's see how this race is going to conclude. Obviously they have to get the Bobcat back into its position in order to go racing again. So I'm afraid we're just going to have to continue on. Now Nini K asks, will Kimi be able to race in race 3? Well, the simple answer is, we hope so. But it all comes down to whether or not they can repair the car in time. So a very difficult situation. Now, we're waiting to see. Safety car is in at the end of this lap. Safety car is in at the end of this lap. Okay, so we're racing. It's a late call, but they have time to do it. So, Nikhil Bora is going to back the pack up. Dufek, Revesh, Villagomez and Barnard are going to be giving chase this time. Nikhil Bora needs to control the start well. So can Nikhil Bora lead by example as we go racing this time? Ready, ready. A couple of cars trying to get into position, and now Nikhil Bora's gone for it. Green, 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 green at Kuwait Motor Town. We go racing again. So can Bora lead here to the flag? Josh Dufek is going to put him under pressure. He'll get him in the slipstream this time, but will he be able to overtake him? Down the long drag straight. Parallel to the drag strip, and look, Bora's weaving from side to side, trying to keep Josh Dufek at bay. Dufek's going for it, round the outside. Can he get there? No, he can't. And here comes Barnard, through to 4th, through to 3rd. Taylor Barnard, P3. What a charge. Taylor Barnard storms into 3rd position. Excellent racing. Josh Dufek can't quite get on terms with Nikhil Bora yet, but Taylor Barnard's up to third. He can sense a chance for the victory. Here we go. An opportunity knocking now once again for the PHM boys up front. So let's see if we are going to get a move from Nikhil Bora to defend as Browning goes wheel to wheel with Marty Boyer. Whoa, Browning! Proper defensive tactics there. Mari Boyer isn't happy, but Luke Browning is allowed to protect his line. So Luke Browning holds on. Great defensive work from Luke Browning in the high-tech. But Mari Boyer will have plenty of opportunities to get back at him one more time. And round there he is battling with Matthias Zagazeta. Zagazeta trying to make the move on the Spanish driver up front. Still they go wheel to wheel. That looks like somebody in trouble down the back. Looks like we're losing Francesco Braschi. Braschi is slowing further back by the look of it. So he has dropped to the back of the field. But across the line comes the leader, Nikhil Bora, with Joshua Dufek right in the tail of him as they go past my position. So Bora and Dufek are going to duel for the victory here through turn one. There is Barnard in third, then Villa Gomez. Neat is having a battle with Rafael Kamara as we go down the back straight, along the drag strip, side by side for the lead. Josh Dufek is on your right-hand side now, and Bora's to the left. Surely Dufek has got this. He's done it. Kamara, meanwhile, is going to go for the move on the inside. And Kamara picks up a couple of places there, getting past Neat and Revenge. So Rafael Kamara is now up into P5. Great work from the Brazilian. He could get a podium here. Taylor Barnard is the fastest man on track. He's got past Bora as well. So Bora is now down to third. Dufek is leading. Barnard is second. PHM 1 and 2. Villa Gomez is fourth, Kamara is fifth, and Revenge is in sixth position in front of Aidan Neat and Joshua Dufek. Now there is an incident involving car 52, car 10 and car 55 at turn 2, lap 1, under investigation. Now that is Luke Browning, Dino Beganovic and the 55 of Montoya. So they are all under investigation. Who's that flying off the road? That is the 38, going wide there. That is Rafael Villa Gomez in fourth. He might not be fourth for much longer. Rafael Kamara is all over the back of him. Maybe there could be some joy from the Mumbai Falcons from this race after all. Kimi's gone. Beganovic is down at the back. So it's all up to Rafael Kamara. Lorenzo Flusha is still trying to make up ground after his accident yesterday, and here he goes, making the move on Han Chenyu. The Spanish driver gets through. Kamara is following behind Villa Gomez, but it's Josh Dufek who leads. Taylor Barnard in second, Nikhil Bora in third, with 4 minutes to go roughly, plus the additional lap. Anything can still happen. Wheel to wheel for fourth position. Kamara's going to get his run on Villa Gomez, and surely it's no contest. Kamara's through, P4. Good work from the Brazilian. Lots of overtakes at Kuwait Motor Town in race 2 in Formula Regional Middle East. And it's a lovely move from Kamara. Bit of a wobble there from Revenge. He's got to be careful. Sami Megatunev has just made the move on Aidan Neat to get up into 7th place as Josh Dirksen closes up on Michael Shin. The leading rookie in this race is set to be Taylor Barnard now. So it looks like he's going to get the rookie win. But Joshua Dufek up front, he has been waiting and waiting and waiting for a golden opportunity to take a win in a Formula Regional race. So how is it going to be for him to hold on? There's Joshua Dirksen all over the back of Michael Shin in the hope that he can get past the Prema. The Korean versus the Paraguayan. And a run wide from Shin. That's exactly what Dirksen was trying to do. He was trying to force the error. Shin has now got to protect the inside line. Dirksen's going to try and get out from underneath him. And right behind them is Luke Browning, just waiting in the wings for an opportunity. 2.5 minutes to go as Josh Dufek approaches the finish line to start the next lap. The PHM boys are 1 and 2. Dufek ahead of Barnard. Bora slipping back a little bit in third. Then Kamara in front of Villa Gomez, Revenge and Megatunev. Looks like Sami Megatunev might finally get the points on the board he deserves. Neat is ahead of Shin. with Dirksen in the mix there as well. Browning, Boyer, Marti, Bedrin, Zagazaeta and Flusha. But Dufek and Barnard are stretching away. Bora is in third, fourth is Kamara. This is the move for sixth position. Is it on the inside from Megatuniv? Yes, it is. Sami Megatuniv into P6. Gets the move there on Levi Revej. Great overtake. Now he's got to take on Rafael Villagomez. Maybe the Hyderabad Blackbirds by MP team have something to smile about today after all. Megatuniv, he's on the warpath. He's now going to chase after Villagomez. If he can get the top five, that'll be a good result for the team. Dirksen and Boyer are working their way through the pack. Dirksen up to 10th, Boyer up to 12th. And of course their teammate Brad Benavides did not take the start after the roll he suffered in yesterday's race. The car too badly damaged to compete in race 2. Maybe it'll be back in race 3. So let's see how it continues. 1 minute to go. And a lap to go after the minute runs out. So we've got 2 laps remaining at the end of this one. And Josh Dufek, the Swiss ace, is trying to hang on in front of his British teammate Taylor Barnard and the Singaporean Nikhil Bora. Nikhil Bora racing under an Italian licence in Formula Regional Middle East. But he is one of the most truly international drivers in the world, Nikhil Bora. He has roots in Singapore, the United States and India. So Nikhil Bora, third position. It's not going to be the win for him today by the look of it. But he might struggle to hang on to third place if Rafael Kamara keeps going. Problems for Dirksen. Sorry, no, that's Boyer. Boyer's had a problem out of the final turn. So Boyer is losing places as both Flusha and Beganovic get past. So problems for Boyer. We don't know whether that's mechanical, whether he's made a mistake, but here, side by side, is Megatuniv getting the run on Villagomez. Job done. Formidable. Sami Megatuniv through into 5th position. Well, that's definitely going to give him something to smile about. After 4 horrible races for Sami Megatuniv, finally he's going to score some points, and deservedly so, as Beganovic is trying to get himself into the points. Dives up on the inside, trying to get the move there on the 38. No, that's not the 38, my apologies. That is going to be, that's got to be the 88 of Mateusz Zagazaeta. So running side by side, Beganovic just makes it through on Zagazaeta. So the Peruvian has to let him go. Now, watch for Zagazaeta, who's got big problems from behind again. That's Murray Boyer, race winner of race 3 in Dubai, who's having a bit of a horrible weekend, really. But now Murray Boyer continuing. You can see the time has run down to 0. So at the end of this lap, there's only going to be 1 more race. So let's see how it continues. Dufek, Barnard, Bora, Kamara and Megatuniv is the top 5. Into the last lap we go, and for Joshua Dufek out in front, this is the moment he's been waiting for. So Josh Dufek out in front of Barnard, Bora and Kamara, with Megatuniv now in 5th position. Villagomez is 6th from Revej, Neat, Dirksen and Luke Browning up into the top 10, looking likely to score another point. This is a fabulous chance for PHM to storm forward. And Joshua Dufek, the Swiss talent, he got a victory last year in Italian F4. Now he's going to get an opportunity in Formula Regional. I apologise, it was the year before that Josh Dufek got a win in Italian F4. As round the outside, that is Villagomez, I think, versus Shin. Having a great battle. And now Flusha is battling away there with Nikita Bedrin and Dino Beganovic. Some great tussles. They still continue on the last lap. But it's all for the lower positions, and I'm afraid it's all outside the points positions. So still they rumble on. But up in front is Josh Dufek. There is Joshua Dufek, calmly getting on with things after the restart. Caught Nikhil Bora, passed him, got into the lead, and has never looked back. What a sensational drive. It's been a long time coming for this very likeable, very calm Swiss driver Joshua Dufek is about to take the biggest win of his career so far, and it's brilliant, it's amazing. Joshua Dufek wins in Kuwait, his first win in Formula Regional. A brilliant result. Joshua Dufek in front of Taylor Barnard and Nikhil Bora, and they're still the last lap for the final positions. Joshua Dirksen moves up ahead of Neat and Browning on the final lap for the final points. Brilliant race, a very tough one, but what a result for Joshua Dufek. A very deserving winner. Works so hard, and Joshua Dufek doing such an amazing job, holding on in front of his teammate Taylor Barnard. It's the first win for PHM in 2023. And that means now that 4 different teams in Formula Regional Middle East have won this season in 2023. Excellent stuff. And what a result for Joshua Dufek. Such a deserving winner. Absolutely incredible. A great run and a brilliant performance. Taylor Barnard is second, and a very solid podium for Nikhil Bora after what can only be described as the overtake of the season. It didn't last, sadly, but at least he made it to the podium, where he absolutely deserves to be. But for Joshua Dufek, drink it in, buddy. What a result, what a victory. There is Taylor Barnard, second position. That's his best result of the season so far. And quite the drive from 14th on the grid. This boy will not be held back. Quite an astonishing performance from all 3 drivers in the top 3 for various different reasons as well. But that was a mighty race battle. Brilliant. So now we've got the genuine situation of some big names there taking a scalp. Joshua Dufek will now be up to 48 points. Nikhil Bora is now going to be up to 46. But by my mathematics, Rafael Kamara, who finishes in 4th place, makes the biggest gain there, but is only up to 44. I think we still have Andrea Kimi Antonelli leading the championship. Indeed we do. So Kimi Antonelli is a very lucky boy indeed. But what a result for PHM. 1 and 2, that is deserved. And for Joshua Dufek, he is a winner. Oh yes, my friend. How about that? 1 and 2. But Josh Dufek is a winner. We apologise if there are 1 or 2 words that may offend, but I tell you what, they really have deserved to drink in this moment. Joshua Dufek has waited a long time for a Formula Regional race win, and he thoroughly deserves it. Joshua Dufek wins from Taylor Barnard and Nikhil Bora. Rafael Kamara is 4th ahead of Sami Megatunov and Rafael Villagomez. Levente Revej is 7th in front of Joshua Dirksen, who fights back to 8th. Aidan Neat is in 9th, and Luke Browning is in 10th. Then Pepe Marti in front of Michael Shin and Nikita Bedrin. Dino Beganovic fights back to 14th. Matthias Zagazeta is 15th ahead of Mari Boya. Then Francesco Braschi. And then we have Taz Indrovevazak from Han Xinyu and Giovanni Mascio. Niels Kulin is 21st in front of Dan Mavlutiov, Wang Shengwei. And we think we lost Lorenzo Flusha down to the back of the field. Let's have a look at the highlights from a thrilling race. Race 2 was always going to be a tough one from the reverse grid, but we didn't know just how tough it was going to be. A good start from the pole sitter. It was all looking pretty rosy for Levi Revej, nice and early doors. We actually ended up with a clean first lap. Everybody got through despite the battles, but then the chaos came in. Beganovic lost his front wing, and Montoya lost everything. Gabriele Mini out of the race in a separate incident. Andrea Kimi Antonelli out with mechanical problems. Then came this move. Dufek went for the move. 3 cars drifted wide. Nikhil Bora swept past them all. So Dufek tried again, got into 2nd place. the restart, there's Antonelli drifting off the circuit and parking it. What a shame for the Italian. The championship leader is lucky to remain at the top of the standings. Then came the bid from Dufek. Round the outside, he bid, he quested, he tried his best to pass Bora. But it wasn't going to be an easy move. Barnard squeaked into third position as Dino Beganovic set off after his opponents. Then came the winning battle up front as Joshua Dufek spotted his opportunity and swept through to take the lead. A brilliant run from the PHM driver who takes a very deserving first win in Formula Regional. And judging on his pace so far this year, it could be the first of many.
Hey Josh, brilliant performance. Tell us through it.
Yeah, great race. First of all, I want to just thank everyone, thank the whole team around me because they did an amazing job. And yeah, they were a big help through to getting this great result. But yeah, overall the race was just really great. I started it off with an amazing start, and from there on the pace was just so good, and we were just able to get past everyone, and once we got to the front, control the race like we wanted to. So yeah, no, I'm really happy.
Thank you. 那刚刚呢，我问到 Josh， 他呢是从第8位发车的，最后夺得了冠军。这个表现真的是非常的精彩呀！他也提到啊，他非常感谢车队，还有整个的团队给他了一辆非常棒的车，他自己的速度也是非常快的，所以拿到了一个非常好的成绩。Back to you guys.
Thanks, Feline. Great to hear from Josh Dufek. Ever the team player, loves the amount of chemistry that's working in that team. And wow, what a great race. Now, provisionally, I'm going to try and do my maths incredibly quickly here, but provisionally, Kimi Antonelli is still leading the championship on 56 points. Beganovic has 52, he hasn't changed. Neat and Kamara are now level on 32, with it going to Neat in third place at the moment based on count back. Nikhil Bora is up to 5th on 31. Barnard has 30, Boya has 25, Dufek has 23. I don't think that's quite right. I think he had 23, so he's now up another position, surely on 48. So actually up to 3rd in the championship now will come Joshua Dufek. After his win, that's going to put him up the order big time. So really exciting stuff. But that win for Joshua Dufek is going to move him up into 3rd place in the Drivers' Championship behind Kimi Antonelli and Dino Beganovic. So Antonelli and Beganovic are actually incredibly lucky to still be leading the championship after all of that. But what a race weekend here we are having in Kuwait. And I'm loving the comments from people who are actually saying this circuit is pretty good stuff. It really is delivering a great race. And certainly a very exciting battle for the competitors moving forward. I think Rafael Kamara, by my maths, is actually wrong. I think he's actually up to 48 points, thinking about it. Sorry, I'm trying to do my maths incredibly quickly to give you the answers you want. Oh, how about this for Otali? Antonelli has 56, Beganovic has 52, Dufek has 48, so does Tyler Barnard. And Nikhil Bora has 46, so the top 5 drivers are separated by 10 points. This is anybody's title fight, ladies and gents. It's looking a little bit more secure in F4 UAE, but in Formula Regional Middle East, it's anybody's. Anyone can still be champion. Nobody has been able to win back-to-back races, and we've had 4 different winners in 5 races. Oh, Formula Regional is awesome. So we're going to stick around for the podium presentation, of course, but it is going to be an epic opportunity for all of the contenders out there. And what a podium this is going to be. 3 very happy boys are going to make their way to the rostrum here in Kuwait Motor Town. And of course, for the next race, who's going to be in pole position? Sami Megatuniv. There is Nikhil Bora, 3rd position, and he looks very happy. He's in the championship fight now. Taylor Barnard in 2nd. A great charge through from 14th on the grid. Great race. But Joshua Dufek becomes a very popular winner in Formula Regional. The first of many, we hope. Switzerland's best talent to come up through the single-seater ladder surely since Sebastian Buemi. Really has a good path coming through here. Nikhil Bora taking a very deserving trophy, as too does Taylor Barnard. He will also take the rookie trophy, by the way. I think he's been given the wrong trophy by mistake. There we go, Taylor needs that one. That's the one we needed. And Taylor also gets the winning rookie trophy. This hasn't quite been handled right, but never mind. You make sure you get the right trophies. There you go. They do look very similar. But Joshua Dufek cannot be denied the race win. What a drive. What a brilliant performance. There is only one final investigation, and that is the number 38, Rafael Villagomez, for gaining an advantage potentially over track limits. So we'll see how that plays out later. But what a fantastic end to the race here, as Joshua Dufek becomes a winner in Formula Regional. 4 different winners from 5 races, and now 3 of those men are in the fight for the championship. Can they catch the Mumbai Falcons? We'll find out in race 3. It's been an amazing battle so far here at Kuwait Motor Town, but there is one more still to go in about 3.5 hours from now. Kuwait Motor Town is quickly becoming a real mecca of speed. We love it. Hopefully you do too. I'm Jake Sanson. See you later for race 3.
Don't anyone let them in. किसी को अंदर इंटर नहीं होने देना, एक ही होगा। दो ही तुम अंदर इधर गाड़ी बंद करो, आप ही बंद। चलो प्रैक्टिस करो, ये बढ़िया। Ewan ko. Lakad pa. Layo na sa lakad ko. Ilan ngayon? Hanggang ilan? Ito ko. Hanggang may signal. Ay, ayun ay po. Supportin lang. Supportin natin. Yeah, supportin ko lang. Ito ko naman. Ako yung start. Para makakasok ka. Tapos 11. Ikan last. Tapat ng U. Tapat ng U. Yung. 4 pinundahan ko na eh. Ito tapat ng ano. Yung kahit tinuro mo ano may butas-butas. Ano daw? F3 daw eh. Ha? F3 daw. F4. Ah, F3 daw. Fourteen last number? F3. Sultan o bisa? Ano oras ba? 140. Brad, nandito na kami sa grid. Nasa ka na? Nasa grid na kami. Oo. Nasa grid na kami. Nasa ka? Ay, nandito na kami lahat po. Ano ginagawa mo dyan? Grid na kami. Iya, nandiyan ka na naman kay ano eh, kay Bianca eh. Andito yung plug mo, kunin mo dito. Kamusta mo lang kay Bebe ha? Hinahanap siya kamo ni manager. F3 pa lang naman eh. Hindi daw ka Pilipino yun? Ito? Yung Yamano? Bakit kayo nag-confirm yung ano yung mga sinali ng Pilipino? Eh bakit nung kinuusap namin hindi? Hindi ka nagkasalita. Hindi ba? Ang sabi niya hindi daw. Ay bakit? Pilipino din nagamit ng ano? Ewan lang. PHI. Pilipino ang ginagamit. Kung tinatakbo niya Pilipino niya, hindi kami nagpa-picture. Tama. Nagpa-picture sana kami. Kinausap namin yung ano ay no. Yung sa kanila. Inano nga namin sa mismo. So you're sabi ko yung ano team. Kaya ano nga kaluyo lumapit eh. Kasi hindi kami nagpa-picture. Tinatakbo yan. Kaya po tayo. Tapos ko lang. Tapos ko lang. Sana yung support. Kaya lang ako sa'yo. Napon support. Napapalanan. Baka tirahan nyo sa akin ha. Inaayos nila yung master ID2. ID2. Ito. Pero 57 ang ulo. Number 2. Baka may nag-tweet. Oo, nag-slalom. Formula. Yeah. Matatawid kayo? Manager, kanina yung radio mo, mag-ride mo din. Kanina hinahanap ka. 19 or 40?
19, it's the big one.
19.
I don't know where you live. First the 19 rows, then the other one. Let's go. 19 rows. 19 rows.
So,
19.
F4. Yes, F4. Saan F3? So, balik na tayo. Doon tayo dito. Gusto nyo yung 17? 17 ako eh. So, ika naman na 16 na. Okay. No, I'm coming 19.
One race to go this weekend at the F4 United Arab Emirates Championship, certified by FIA 2023 at the all-new Kuwait Motor Town circuit in the beautiful country of Kuwait. A brand new location for motorsport on the world stage. This brilliant facility, built in 2019, designed by the F1 architect Herman Tilke, and it really is joining the plethora of amazing race circuits around the world. This place can cope with anything you want to put on. Drag racing, rallycross, drifting, karting, sports cars, prototypes and single-seaters. As long as you've got a bit of a petrol head passion, you're in the right place. Kuwait Motor Town has 20 brilliant corners around this fast and flowing frenetic race circuit. Fast straights, long wide apexes, good overtaking spots, chicanes, elevation changes and long sweepers. This race circuit really does have everything. Hello everybody, Jake Sanson here once again for the third race of round 2 of F4 UAE 2023. There are 38 drivers once again preparing for battle on this epic race circuit, and James Wharton has bagged pole position for the third and final race of this first visit to Kuwait Motor Town. We're staying in the country as we continue on our journey for round 3, because we'll be back here for more race action on Tuesday and Wednesday coming up. So do not think for a moment it's going to be a long pause after this one to the next F4 UAE action. You've only got to wait another 3 days. It's going to be a brilliant battle as we race for the victory for the third encounter. But let's see what happened in race 2. So after an epic fight yesterday that saw James Wharton pick up the race 1 victory, he was always going to have it tough to eclipse Ugo a second time. When the lights went out, we had a great start from the front row men, but unfortunately further back, there was chaos. Kanato Lee stalled on the grid, leaving poor Jacob Bergmeister nowhere to go. A separate incident first ray round the lap meant that Hugh Yamakoshi would retire, but fortunately Kanato Lee and Jacob Bergmeister were okay. The race was stopped and then restarted. 3 wide down to turn 2. Ugo hanging on from the one by Falcons of Tuka Tarpanen and James Wharton. It would take quite a while for James Wharton to take on his Finnish teammate. Arvid Lindblad was throwing his elbows out there to try and battle with anyone who'd take him on. Teofil Nall took the bait and decided he wanted a piece of the action. But there was great dueling between Ugo and James Wharton. This mistake from Ugo opened the door, and the Australian found his way through to take the lead in brilliant style. But later on in the lap, the roles would be reversed, and a carbon copy of the same battle and the same manoeuvre. Ugo returning to the top. There were great battles in the midfield as Hamdi Al-Kubaisi duelled with Will McIntyre, and several more big names took their plaudits for what is already being described as the race of the season so far. But Ugo makes it 3 wins out of 5, and the American now leads the standings by 35 points. Can he do it again in race 3? It's going to be a very tough challenge for the American from second on the grid, but James Wharton is on pole position. Valerio Renicella and Tuka Tarpanen are going to be chasing him down once more, but James Wharton is down on the grid talking to Feline Wang.
Hey James, how much worried are you about the pressure from behind at the start?
I think for me it's just about getting the best start I can and working hard to get away, because I know I have the pace to go. If I made a mistake earlier, it's now time to fix it and get the win.
Have a good race. Yeah. 那么呢，他也提到呢，他现在用到的是一套心态，所以说呢，他也希望呢能在这一场的比赛当中能有一个更好的表现。Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Feline Wang. We, of course, speak also Chinese on this broadcast because we are also transmitting to CTVS out in China. Hello to all those of you watching there. But we are here ready for an exciting battle in the F4 UAE Championship. Interesting to hear from James Wharton there. He knows that obviously in the previous battle they made a bit of a mistake off the line, didn't quite get the opportunity to go for Ugo. Now the roles are reversed. He's the one who's being hunted down into turn 1, and he actually said to me yesterday, well, the best place to actually start the races from is P3 rather than P1, because obviously you can follow in the wheel tracks and the slipstream of the car in front of you and then go for the move. So James Wharton, with a qualifying lap yesterday of a 1 minute 53.594, was able to put himself into pole position for this race. There's a lot of pressure on the young Aussie's shoulders coming into this one. Yugo Chukwu lining up alongside him, though, on the front row of the starting grid. Hello to everybody who is watching, and no matter how you are choosing to watch, whether it's via the Facebook page for F4 UAE Championship, also on the YouTube streams. We know there are various other streams going on around the internet as well to tune in. Please do send your questions my way via the Formula 4 UAE Championship YouTube stream. I'll try and pick them up as much as humanly possible. It's going to be a really exciting battle for all of the contenders. Seamless Shelf 35 wants to know, when does the race start? Well, in about 5 minutes. You haven't got long to watch to wait for the start. It's going to be a really exciting challenge. Here is Yugo Chukwu, championship leader, 35 points clear of his nearest opposition, which is now James Wharton, who has moved into second position in the Drivers' Championship after a fabulous run so far. He's on 70 points, by the way. Tarpanen is on 61. That is the Finn Tukka Tarpanen, who is part of the Ferrari Racing Drivers Academy, their newest recruit. Valerio Rinicella is just 5 points back from him on 56. Arvid Lindblad, despite retiring from race 5, is still right up in the hunt on 54 points. So it's going to be a really interesting battle. Valerio Rinicella, the number 61 car, MP Motorsport, right there on the second row of the grid. Loving these questions that are coming in. Dragas Wash wants to know how many cars are there in F4 UAE 2023. Well, this weekend we have 38, would you believe? An amazing quantity of drivers and cars, and it definitely makes things pretty exciting. For this weekend, there are just 38, and there are an amazing waft of nations competing as well. I'm fairly confident that we've got 18 different nations on the starting grid represented. There is Tukka Tarpanen, the Finnish competitor for the Mumbai Falcons racing team. The super renegade to come into this sport. Don't forget that this is only his 6th F4 race. It is absolutely sensational to see just how well he is doing. Excellent job so far. Now, Anket Singh Pardeshi wants to know, how much is track temperature important from the morning compared to the afternoon? That's a really sensible question. It is a big difference here, because even though there is high winds and cool temperatures, there is a big difference between the morning race and the afternoon race. Because obviously this morning on the starting grid, the main straight was actually hidden by shade because the sun was behind the grandstands, so the main straight was quite cold. Now, of course, we've had a couple of hours where the sun has been out, and it has been bright and clear today, so the temperatures on the track are going to have risen probably by a good 15 to 16 degrees Celsius. So it's a very different setup that they're going to need off the start compared to the race that we saw this morning. Good question there, mate. Thank you very much for that. Nick Meister wants to know, does Yugo Chukwu have a helmet design, or is this his only helmet? No, I happen to know for a fact this is a very special helmet design, and you're looking at it, that Yugo Chukwu has. He just keeps it plain silver with a microscopic American flag next to the visor. It's in tribute to his hero, Mario Andretti, who, of course, kept a very simplistic helmet design back in the 70s and 80s, and even through to the 90s in his IndyCar career. And this is very much Ugo's own personal homage to Mario Andretti. It's very much in keeping with the simplistic tradition. And I tell you what, it really does stand out. Simplicity is all the rage these days, because you get so many of these rather over-the-top helmet designs. They look spectacular. The artwork and the paintwork is extravagant, but you really struggle to tell one helmet apart from another now because they are so complex. So it is a really nice touch that Yugo Chukwu has just gone for simplicity. You know who it is. It's the plain silver helmet. It's Yugo Chukwu, and you can tell him from a mile off. So the competitors are gearing themselves up, ready for the start. 39 competitors from all around the world here competing in the F4 UAE Championship. So this is such an incredible battle that awaits us for the third race of the weekend, the 6th race of 2023 F4 UAE. 15-second board goes up, and for James Wharton, the mission really begins. He has not started a race this year from pole position. This is where things get really tense. Green light goes up on the starting gantry. The formation lap begins. So they will go around to warm up the tyres and brakes to optimum temperature to get ready for that big run through turn 1 on the first lap, and then that big break down to turn 2. Here's the grid. James Wharton for Australia and Yugo Chukwu for America. Valerio Rinicella and Tukka Tarpanen, the Italian and the Finn, on the second row of the grid. Zachary David of Malta and Jessica Rasquedo of Mexico on row 3, the teammates. Noah Lyle for XL and Keanu Al-Azari for Yazhi on the 4th row of the grid. Then it's Federico Rifai and Dion Gauda that share the 5th row of the grid to round out the 10. Teofil Nal, 11th on the grid alongside the Japanese driver Hia Yamakoshi. Then Kanato Lee, 13th on the grid alongside Denmark's Noah Stromsted. Then we have Akshibora lining up alongside his teammate Valentin Klus. Row 9 of the grid sees Will McIntyre and Arvid Lindblad, the high-tech teammates, way down the order. Then Hamdi Al-Kibaisi for Yazhi alongside Mohamed Ibrahim in the Mumbai Falcons car. Nicola Lacorte is alongside Alexander Alcazava on row 11 of the grid. Then Bianca Bustamante lines up beside the French new boy Raphael Narak. James Bezique is in the high-tech alongside the Scotsman Sebastian Murray. And then row 14 of the grid sees Lena Bula line up beside Alexander Bolduev for XL Motorsport. Row 15, that's Flavio Olivieri on 29, and on 30 is Matteo Quintarelli. Then Georgi Jaravsky is beside Theo Jensen, XL versus Santalok. Then we have Emile de Reus for MP Motorsport alongside Jack Beaton, all the way from Australia. Jacob Bergmeister lines up on the back rows with Luciano Morano alongside him. And on the very tail, it is Kai Darianani and Victoria Blokina. So let's see how the drivers are going to pitch their way further forward. The back row of the grid taken up by Kai Darianani, one of the newest faces in world motorsport, and Victoria Blokina, who continues to make good progress. I should point out that there is a massive spread of competition between these 38 drivers. There are no slouches out there on the course. They're all very talented competitors, right the way down to Kai Darianani, who is still very new to the world of motorsport, was gaming in his home, managed to get very similar to the pace of pro racing drivers when he was at home on iRacing. And somebody decided, you know what, this is worth keeping an eye on this boy. They put him into a car only recently. This is his first time in proper professional motorsport. Despite a few karting races here and there and some sim work time, this is his real first test. No wonder he's towards the tail, but he has not been last all weekend. He's still making good progress. So there are some amazing young racing drivers in this field. A brilliant body of men and women. 38 of the best young talent from around the world. Some of them leaping into a car for the very first time this season, having been racing in their regional, national, and even international karting competitions. Now they are ready to take on the world in cars on a brand new venue. We had race 1 yesterday, race 2 earlier this morning, and now race 3 is pretty much ready for the start. So, the competitive nature. Elvis wants to know on YouTube, do the drivers have radio communication back to the team, or is it not so necessary with such a short race length? The latter. They're not in radio communication as far as I'm aware, but they do have an amazing battle ahead of them. Time to see how the competitors are ready to go. 38 competitors from all 4 corners of the globe. North and South America, as well as across Europe, across Asia, across the Middle East, and all the way to Australasia. Some great competitors. There is Victoria Blokina, who will take the final place on the grid, having some difficulties in the second qualifying session. She was a few places up the grid before the previous sessions. So let's go racing for the 3rd time. F4 United Arab Emirates Championship Race 3 2023, and it's going to be James Wharton versus Yugo Ugochukwu charging down to the braking zone for turn 2. Watch for the men behind them. It's going to be another epic battle as we race for the 3rd time in Kuwait. Now! Great start off the line. Good opportunity from James Wharton. No problems at all for Ugochukwu. Rinicella's going to run him a close second as the field knits away from the grid. Everybody moves this time, and so they run down the drag strip straight up towards turn 2. And already there's a big bit of banter up the front end of the field. It's side by side as Wharton goes wheel to wheel, but Yugo Ugochukwu is trying his best to squeeze both Wharton and Rinicella, and there's a little bit of contact. Rinicella is nudged there by one of the Mumbai Falcons. It looks like Tarpanen, and Ugochukwu's gone! Ugochukwu has gone off at the hairpin! The championship leader is down to the back, and it's one of the XL cars that comes through. It's chaos, absolute pandemonium. The Mumbai Falcons appear to have tripped over each other. That is Tuukka Tarpanen. Tuukka Tarpanen is slow and crawling. My goodness me, we couldn't have had it any more dramatic if we tried. But up at the front end of the field, it's an XL Motorsport car that leads the way through all the pandemonium. And there's more cars going wide. It looks like the Rodin Carlin of Dion Gouda has dropped to the back of the field. Arvid Lindblad getting very loose in the midfield there. So some big names have gone already. Oh my goodness. Yuga Chukwu has dropped back, so too has James Wharton, and someone else is in trouble towards the sharp end of the field. It looks to me like one of the Prema machines. Well, we've already had the Prema of Yuga Chukwu dropping right the way down to the back of the grid. Safety car. So the safety car has been called. So it looks like we've got one or two cars stationary around the course. My goodness me. A really tough situation. Yuga Chukwu down at the back of the field really makes things intriguing. If Gordon could remain up at the front end, let's have a look at what happened. A bit of a nudge there between Tarpanen and Rinichella, but what happened on the inside? Yuga Chukwu gets the nudge from Wharton. So, two big incidents. Wharton and Yuga Chukwu touch. Tarpanen and Rinichella's touched. So that's the big four names in this field clashing on the first lap. Now Yuga Chukwu has rejoined down at the back of the field, but this is big drama, and all of a sudden we've got a very different order. Now we need to see what the situation is from the front end of the field behind the safety car. So this is a very strange race. Well, we've picked up Noah Lyle, who appears to be leading the race. So that is fascinating, but Noah Lyle appears to be leading. Zachary David is now second from Teofil Nile and Jesse Carrasquedo. So Rifai is in 5th position. Valerio Rinichella is down to 6th. Then Dion Gouda, Valentin Klus, Keanu Alazari and Noah Stromstedt. None of the championship contenders are in the top 4. In fact, they're not in the top 5 because Rinichella is in P6. Lindblad is in P11. Looks as though Will McIntyre has had to come into the pits on this first lap. Yuga Chukwu is down in 32nd place. James Wharton has dropped all the way to 19th. And I'm fairly sure that we've also had Tuukka Tarpanen. Has he come into the pit? No, Tarpanen's actually parked it. That's the reason we're under safety car. Tarpanen is out of the race. So Tarpanen's car is the one that's being recovered. So I'm afraid Tuukka Tarpanen is out here in Kuwait. Wow, this championship really has had a sledgehammer go right up the middle of it, just in that one corner. Yuga Chukwu down at the back. Tarpanen out of the race. Wharton out of the points. Lindblad just out the points, and Rinichella in P6. Now, obviously, hang on a minute, it looks as though we've had a front wing go flying. A front wing's just come off somebody's car in the middle of the field there. I'm not entirely sure whose that is. Well, either that or they've just pitched somebody else's front wheel right off kilter. But certainly Tuukka Tarpanen is out of this race. He is the one that's not come back through. So a disaster for the Mumbai Falcons car. We're not entirely sure where he's parked up, but we certainly know what happened to him. As we all saw that one on the replay, and we saw it when it went down. So now his car needs to be removed, but Noah Lyle is suddenly in the lead of this race. 3 very intriguing races so far in F4 UAE, and this one has barely got going at all. But Noah Lyle, the British driver for XL Motorsport, suddenly finds himself in the lead. Second is Zachary David for the Philippines. Well, he actually carries the Maltese flag, and he is based out in the Philippines, of course. Teofil Nile, 3rd position, the Frenchman. Then Jessica Carrasquedo, Federica Rifai, and Valerio Rinichella. There are some long faces on the Prema and Mumbai Falcons pit walls. This has not gone well at all. Dion Gouda, 7th. Klus, 8th. 9th. is Keanu Al-Azhari and 10th is Noah Stromsted. There is an investigation going on, we are told, for the number 19. That is Bianca Bustamante for overtaking under safety car. That is unfortunate for the racer from the Philippines. I really hope there's no penalty coming her way. She is tucked up behind James Wharton at the moment. Wharton is currently in 19th place. But that has really changed things in terms of how the battle is likely to fare from now on in. So many competitors out of position. Lyle is your leader, David second, then Niall, Carrasquedo, Rifai, Renicella, Gauda, Klus, Al-Azhari and Stromsted. If you've only just joined us, you have missed a first lap where the big three championship contenders have all gone off the road. Ogachukwu is down at nearly last, 31st position to be precise. Oh, make that 30th actually, because Bolduev pitted as well. So Ogachukwu is all the way down in 30th position. There is one of the XL cars leaving the pits. Now that is Alexander Bolduev. So Bolduev gets back out onto the circuit again. He's now got to catch up to the rest of the field. Safety car is in this lap as well. I didn't think it was going to be out there for long, so Bolduev's race has just restarted. So this is going to be a really interesting situation now. The safety car is in this lap, so can Noah Lyle control the pace of the field? He's now backing everybody up. Who's going to get the victory in F4 UAE Race 3 in Kuwait? This place is really starting to provide lots of excitement and drama. So when will Noah Lyle drop the hammer? He's still weaving for the moment. Now he's gone for it. Noah Lyle drops the hammer. Here we go. Coming up to the final turn. Valerio Renicella's got to be patient and wait for Federico Rifai to negotiate the final turn before he makes his bid to come through. Bit of a mistake from Teofil Nile, but here we go. Onto the main straight, and it's green, 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 green once again at Kuwait Motor Town. 15 minutes plus 1 lap to go, and Teofil Nile is trying to shake off Jesse Carrasquedo through turn 1. They blast their way through. Racing resumes, and up in the lead. No problems at all for Noah Lyle. He's got Zachary David behind him, and here we go, swarming around for third and fourth. This is Teofil Nile dueling with Federico Rifai and Jesse Carrasquedo. Rifai's on the far side. Nile is defending on the middle of the course. Rifai's up to fourth. Carrasquedo down to fifth. But can Rifai hold it on the exit, because Carrasquedo's putting his nose in? Just about held on to that. Lindblad trying to work his way forward, following in the footsteps of Dion Gauda. Gauda's battling away. Oh, that's one of the Mumbai Falcons smirking the way through. That is James Wharton diving through on the inside of Alexander Abkasava. So he gets through past Abkasava. And so they continue to draw their way through on the far side of the hairpin, looping through. That's Lindblad in front of Will McIntyre, I do believe. And Kanato Lee is in the mix there as well. Fascinating charge forward as they continue to duel. Car 18 is under investigation for overtaking before crossing the line. That is Luciano Morano, having made the move on Kai Daryanani. There's the move from the number 10. That is the Mumbai Falcon, Mohammed Ibrahim, battling away with the... It's one of the... it's going to be one of the cars, I think, from RHGP. But they're out of position somewhat. Mohammed Ibrahim... Oh, and up and over the top goes Bianca Bustamante. Tangling, I'm afraid, with the R2 race carousel of Lena Beulah. Well, that's gone terribly wrong for Bustamante and Beulah. Their races are over. So I'm afraid the Swiss and the Filipino have crashed out on turn 18. So that's 2 races that are over and done with prematurely. Lyle is your leader. Oh, no, Lyle is not your leader. David is your leader, apparently. We didn't see where that happened, but Zachary David has got through into the lead of the race in front of Noah Lyle. And there is the proof. Zachary David leads the way for Malta and the Philippines. Dual nationality, Teofil now trying to come around the outside of Noah Lyle. The Frenchman working hard, hasn't been able to get there. Has got to be careful because Federico Rifai is trying to get through. Not going to happen. So Zachary David leads. Teofil now trying to come by. Careful, Teofil. Really ran the curbs there. So Rinicella is the sole championship contender in the top 5 of this race now. Lindblad has worked his way into the points though. But Teofil, has he got through? No, it's Federico Rifai he's in front of, not Noah Lyle. Now let's have a look at that incident between Bustamante and Buehler again. You can see Bustamante going for the move, but Lena Buehler chops across, just catches the rear wheel. Very easily done. And I'm afraid Bustamante and Buehler are out of the race. And it's a safety car. We are called for a safety car. Very unfortunate indeed, but Bustamante and Buehler's cars are in dangerous positions on the course. So it is a safety car. So the field has got to slow themselves down once again and wait for the wreckage to be recovered. Bustamante's car is still there. Looks like front left damage to the wheel. She can't get out of the gravel there. But Lena Buehler has already recovered and gone back to the pits to retire. So this is still very tough for the drivers to learn their racecraft in cars. You've got to remember, most of these drivers have come fresh out of karting to get into this kind of world. So this is a really interesting situation for the youngsters to learn about the complexities of wheel-to-wheel racing on the job. And there is Lena Buehler's car. Lena has already long departed it, but I'm afraid she's not going any further today. She'll have to regroup and get ready for the next races at Kuwait Motor Town, which will take place on Tuesday and Wednesday. So Zachary David has now, all that work that he had built up to get a little bit of an advantage over Noah Lyle, well, that has all gone. So Zachary David leads the race. Noah Lyle is now second. Teofil Nile is in third position from Federico Rifai and Valerio Renicella. Valentin Plus in front of Jessica Rasquedo, Alazari, Gauda, Lindblad, and then Kanato Lee out of the points in 11th. There's Bianca Bustamante getting out. Very unfortunate that she is not able to complete this third race, but she's done a much better job overall here in Kuwait than she did in Dubai. She's really getting the hang of this F4 car now, and she's in a brilliant team, Prema Racing, so she can really make progress. So this is a really tough situation, leaping in from the world of karting to cars. It's a very different discipline. There's Bianca Bustamante walking away. Is she holding her wrist there? I wonder if she ended up... Oh no, she's just taking her gloves off. So very unfortunate that Bianca Bustamante now has to watch the rest of the race from the sidelines, but she seems okay. So there we are, a very tricky situation. So Zachary David and Noah Lyle are the leading cars. Teofil Nile in third position, then Federico Rifai. Oh, and into the pits comes Jacob Bergmeister. I think they've got a push rod problem on the left front. I'm not sure that car's going any further if that's the case. Jacob Bergmeister just has to sit and wait for the diagnosis. What can we do? Can we keep racing? Can I go back out? Will I be safe to go back out? Can I do it, or is it game over? I think Jacob Bergmeister is just being told what the situation is by his crew. But if that push rod on the left front is bent, there's no way that car is going to get a safe turn in on a decent trajectory through the course. You can see the mechanics going to work. Just trying to diagnose the situation on the front left. Just checking to see how much of an input the steering still has. The field is now passing the main straight. And Zachary David is doing his best to push it forward. Now, for those of you who are wondering why the race shouldn't just be red flagged when there's an incident, because there's less race time, well, you've got to remember, the drivers are told in the driver's briefing how they need to behave. They need to obviously take that into consideration, and for a lot of competitors there is that sense of urgency and there is that sense of desperation, and the stewards eventually get to the point where they say, well, no, we've given you repeated warnings, you're not listening, you're not obeying the rules, you're still getting into these incidents, so it's you guys that will have the race taken away from you. You'll sit behind the safety car and you'll learn your lesson. So that could also be the reason why we're not red flagging it every single time. Now, incident between car 19 and 15 is under investigation. So 19 and 15, that is of course Lena Beulah and Bianca Bustamante. There is Bustamante's car being... There is a note on my timing screen, an investigation for overtaking under safety car, and that is number 39. That is Yuga Ugachukwu. The championship leader may be about to get a penalty for overtaking under safety car. That is huge. As if this race couldn't have got more dramatic and controversial. The championship leader may be about to get the book thrown at them for overtaking under safety car. Oh my goodness me. Well, that is a big whelp. Safety car is in at the end of this lap. So, clearly, that's going to have to be looked into later. But Yuga Ugachukwu, the championship leader, is under investigation for overtaking under safety car. You couldn't script this, you really couldn't. So on the restart, Zachary David now has to back up the pack. This will be the first time he'll ever have done this in an F4 car from the lead. He would have done it a few times in his karting career before, but it's a very different skill. There'll be 5.5 minutes to go when we go racing again, pretty much, plus the additional lap on top. Now we get to go racing. One more time with feeling. Zachary David has already dropped the hammer. Was that a bit too early? Trying to catch out Noah Lyle and Teofil Nahal, and they're right with him. So out of the final turn, we're about to find out just how intense this third and final race is going to get here at Kuwait Motor Town. It's green, 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 green. We're back into the action again. Zachary David, Noah Lyle, Teofil Nahal, flat through turn one. Here we go. Rifai, Rinicella, Klus, Kadashkedo, Alazari, Gauda and Lindblad. So up to the hairpin, and it's already side by side. Noah Lyle pulling level with Zachary David, trying to beat him to the braking zone. He squeezes, he's got to give him a little bit more room. He's going to try and go round the outside. Zachary David holds it. Teofil Nahal trying to get the undercut. Noah Lyle chops across. Don't even think about it, sunshine. They drop through the corkscrew. And now up through that long flowing hairpin. Oh, a couple of cars going off the road there in their bid to try and stay in the trajectory of the car in front. Very easy to lose traction. A couple of cars running wide. I think one of them might have been Mohammed Ibrahim in the Mumbai Falcons car, but I also think we had a little bit of a trip up from Noah Stromsted in the PHM. So a couple of cars running off the road there. You can see Yuga Ugachukwu trying to work his way back up through the pack. He's made it up to 24th, but there is an investigation for him overtaking under safety car. There's also an investigation for Noah Stromsted for shortcutting at turn 4 and gaining an advantage. So there's big conversations going on in race control today. This is going to be a really interesting situation then, as the cars continue to make good progress. There's a little bit of a twitch in the middle of the field as Ugachukwu tries to make up another place or two. But this is definitely the race where his consistency finally falls apart. The only comfort he can have from this race now is that there's problems for Wharton, there's problems for Tarpanen, there's problems for Lindblad, and even Rinicella is not going to be on the top 3 if it ends like this. Here we go, Lyle versus Nile. Noah Lyle, the British driver, versus Teofil Nahal, the Frenchman. And Teofil Nahal has got Noah Lyle completely lined up through turn 1. He's going to get to the slipstream, no problem at all. And as they run down to turn 2, side by side, Noah Lyle is drawing in front, hugging the inside. Watch for Rinicella, who's already got up in a 4th place. Watch Rinicella, he can get past both of these boys. Up the inside at Teofil Nahal, trying to get back into the podium. And Nahal won't let him have it. No, you don't. Teofil Nahal absolutely determined not to let Valerio Rinicella get through. Now Valentin Klus is up to 5th. He got past Federico Rifai. Jesse Kadashkedo running 7th in front of Lindblad, Lee and Al-Azhari. So Lindblad has made his way up into 8th place. He's now on the toe of Jesse Kadashkedo and Keanu Al-Azhari. So Keanu Al-Azhari has actually made up a really good start here and worked his way up into, let me do the math, that is 7th place, I think. So a really good run. No, sorry, that is Kadashkedo. I thought it was the Yazheed car, but it's actually Kadashkedo in the RHGP machine. Kanato Lee and Keanu Al-Azhari are still right there. But look how quickly Zachary David is getting away from Lyle and Niall. So a continued situation. Battles away through. Incident between car 8 and car 39. At turn 2, lap 1 is under investigation. That's Tarpanen and Ugachukwu. So that's going to be under investigation. Neither driver will score points the way this is going. As Tarpanen's already out, and Ugachukwu is down in 21st and under investigation for overtaking under safety car. Zachary David is sprinting away out front. He's in the 155s. Everybody else is lapping in 156s. This is Zachary Davids on a silver plate. But Teofil Nal is coming back at Noah Lyle. He wants to go for him. He had to defend valiantly to keep Renicella behind him. So now he's really got to work hard here to throw it up the inside to take on Noah Lyle. He's been forced off the racetrack. He's gone off the road to get up the inside. Now he's going to get there. Teofil Nal throws caution to the winds, gets in a 2nd place in the Santilot car. Teofil Nal will not be run off the road. He dives through and in a 2nd place. So Teofil Nal goes for it and gets the move on Noah Lyle. Valerio Renicella is there in 4th position. 5th place for Valentin Klus, then Federico Rifai. And in 7th position, Jesse Kadashkedo hanging on in front of Arvid Lindblad. And then right behind Lindblad, we've got Kanato Lee, his teammate in the high-tech machine. So as they squirt their way through the S's, Valerio Renicella trying to close up on Noah Lyle, who really wants his first podium of the season. A really interesting situation now. Let's see if Zachary David can stretch this away any further. Certainly Teofil Nal has got himself into a very neat and tidy 2nd place. But Noah Lyle is in 3rd in front of Renicella. And what can Valerio Renicella do to go for the move on Noah Lyle on the final lap? If he can get a podium while everybody else in the championship fight is down the order, that can really benefit Renicella. He needs to spend some time closing up on the likes of Wharton and Tarpanen. And with Wharton on 70 points and Renicella currently on 56, a 3rd place finish is going to move him to 2nd in the championship. If he gets into 3rd place, he will become the runner-up man in the championship fight. So it's important for Renicella to get into 3rd. Last lap. Zachary David is marching away. Noah Lyle knows that Renicella is on him like a lead balloon. Side by side. Renicella trying to cut him across. He's done it! Renicella into 3rd. Valerio Renicella now gets into 3rd position, and that will put him 2nd in the championship. Advantage Renicella. What a move from Valerio Renicella. No chance of Noah Lyle being able to defend that one. The Italian gets through and into 3rd position, and that's going to put the Italian into 2nd in the Drivers' Championship. A brilliant move from the MP driver. Noah Lyle now has to try and defend from Klus, Rifai and Kadashkedo. Lindblad is trying to get through on Jesse Kadashkedo as well. He's only on course for 4 points if he stays where he is. So Lindblad is going to catch up a little, but not by much. But 4 points in the championship fight for Lindblad is actually going to put him on 58. That'll only be 3 behind Tarpanen and 12 behind Wharton, and only 13 behind Renicella. So it's not over for Lindblad at all this year. But this man has absolutely grabbed this opportunity with both hands. Did I not say at the start of the weekend, watch for Zachary David? He has a chance. He's not going to relinquish it, and he is one to watch. He saw the chance. He took it. He rolled up his sleeves. He said, this race is mine. Nobody's going to take it from me. Out of the final turn, Zachary David wins race 3 in Kuwait. Absolutely terrific. Great drive And out of the final turn, a little bit of contact between the two PHM teammates as they lose out there at the bitter end to James Wharton, I think that was. Wow. Incident between Noah Lyle and Teofil Nile at turn 1. He's under investigation, so Nile may not be able to keep second, but Zachary David for sure has kept hold of the race victory for now. It's all provisional, but Zachary David is the winner. Malta and the Philippines will both be delighted. What a result for Zachary David. Just an amazing drive. When everybody else let it fall apart at the seams, he absolutely dominated it. That is very much Zachary David's moment in the sunshine. He absolutely deserves it. It was a very tricky race. He had to soak up all the pressure, and it was always going to be very tricky. He knew just how tough it was going to be. He knew how difficult things were going to get. Teofil Nile second for the moment, but that incident is under investigation, I should point out. So it's not done yet. But what was it that Rudyard Kipling said? If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And which is more, Zachary? You'll be a man, my son. He comes of age in F4 UAE Race 3 here in Kuwait Motor Town. His first win in car racing. And it was absolutely deserved. Great job. A couple of drivers overtaking on their way to the pits by the look of it. I thought they were supposed to stay in formation. But Zachary David, car number 20 for RHGP, is bringing it home in magnificent fashion. A great run from the Maltese Filipino. So there is an investigation going on for Teofil Nile and Noah Lyle, their battle for second place on the penultimate lap. And there is 5 seconds penalty being added to Teofil Nile. He has been moved away from second place. Zachary David, though, is confirmed as the winner. That moves Valerio Rinicella to second and Noah Lyle to third. But Zachary David is the winner here in Kuwait. 3 different race winners, 3 different race teams. I love Kuwait Motor Town. This place really gives you drama. Zachary David takes Race GP's first win in F4 UAE 2023. And Noah Lyle does get the podium. Teofil Nile is penalised. So Zachary David wins from Valerio Rinicella and Noah Lyle. Valentin Klus is 4th from Federica Rafai and Jessica Rasquedo. Arvid Lindblad is in 7th. Teofil Nile falls to 8th. Kanato Lee and Keanu El-Azari round out the top 10. Then it's Mohamed Ibrahim and Dion Gouda from James Wharton, who storms back to 13th. No points. Noah Stromsted, Akshibora, Nicola Lacorte and James Bezik. Yugabuga Chukwu fights back to 18th. No points and a possible penalty coming. Alex Abkasava and Hamder Al-Kubaisi from Jack Beaton, Matteo Quintarelli and Will McIntyre from Kai Darianani, Luciano Morano, Victoria Blocchina, Flavio Olivieri, Theo Jensen, Georgi Żurawski and Rafael Narak. With the last runners home, Emily Dohus, the MP Motorsport car, Sebastian Murray for Cram competition, and then Alexander Bolduev, Hio Yamakoshi and Jacob Bergmeister. Well, our race winner is down with Feline Wang, Zachary David.
Hey, David, congratulations. Started from P5 and finished P1. And you must be thrilled. And tell us about it.
I mean, yeah, of course, very happy to get my first win. Yeah, they say the first win is the hardest, and yeah, it was quite hard to get this one. So, yeah.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
那么刚刚我问到 David 呢，他也是第一次拿到这个锦标赛的冠军，他也是非常的兴奋。他说第一次的冠军其实是最难的，那么也希望他在之后有一个好的成绩。Back to you guys. Thank you. Yeah.
Great work from Zachary David. They say the first win is the hardest. That must have been the hardest race of Zachary David's life. So why don't we look back at it? A brilliant race 3 that had drama right from the outset. Wharton, Ugachukwu and Tarpanen all fall by the wayside. The run to turn 2 was always going to be dramatic, as it always has been this weekend. But this time, the big 4 collide. Brinicella lucky to keep going. Tarpanen out. Wharton down the order. Ugachukwu spinning. A very controversial start to the race then. But on the restart, it was Noah Lyle who led initially from Zachary David, and the battles were joined instantly as more great racing just continued to unravel. Bianca Bustamante sized up the move on Lena Beulah, and it just came unstuck. Both drivers out. After 2 safety car periods, Zachary David was able to stretch away out front, but Noah Lyle and Teofil Nile defended valiantly as Valeria Rinicella got his moment, but he had to wait for it. Teofil Nile, ruthless. So ruthless, in fact, he decided to drive off the racetrack to get past Noah Lyle, and that unfortunately, despite a great move, was not legal. He got a 5-second penalty, which dropped him back. Rinicella got his move on Noah Lyle, and that moved him up to 3rd on the road, which would then become 2nd, with Noah Lyle coming through in 3rd. But the man up front was dominant. Zachary David for Malta and the Philippines and the RSGP team, triumphant, his first car win. And don't be surprised if he wins many, many more. Zachary David coming of age then with a brilliant victory in F4 UAE Race 3. And so now we have had a very interesting weekend. Winners are James Wharton, Ugo Ugachukwu and Zachary David. But the championship contenders all fell by the wayside in that race. No points for Ugachukwu, no points for Wharton, no points for Tarpanen. However, there are 6 points for Arvid Lindblad, and there are 18 for Valeria Rinicella, who now moves into 2nd place in the Drivers' Championship. So when they return to Kuwait in 3 days' time, they can have a little bit of a breather now, and I think they're going to need it. There could be a few drivers who are not on speaking terms tomorrow or Monday. But we're definitely going to have some excitement when the championship reignites on Tuesday morning for qualifying. And then on Tuesday afternoon, we will have the first of 3 races over the next 2 days. And then on Wednesday, we'll have race 2 and race 3. A fabulous battle in the F4 United Arab Emirates Championship, just rumbling on. 2 weekends done, and we now have a grand total of 4 different race winners. We've had Ugo Ugachukwu, Arvid Lindblad, James Wharton, and now Zachary David on the top step of the podium. Very exciting stuff from the F4 United Arab Emirates Championship, certified by FIA, and great commendation to the new promoters, Top Speed, who really have been amazing at bringing this championship to the world-class foray that it clearly stands at. So for the first time on the podium, the British driver Noah Lyle gets himself to the top spot. British licence, of course, Australian by birth. And there is the number 2 man on the podium, Valeria Rinicella, still hungry for that first win, but now 2nd in the championship. But do not take away from this first win for Zachary David. It may have been fortuitous, but he did not let it slip. And it's a great win for the Maltese Filipino on the top spot. A great performance. Australia can be happy for Noah Lyle, 3rd position for him. He runs under a British licence in this competition, but it's definitely a top podium run for the Australian. And not only does Zachary David win the race overall, but he wins the rookie trophy as well. 2nd place for Valeria Rinicella in the race, and now the championship standings as well. But it's a double triumph for Zachary David. Number 1 rookie, number 1 racer in race 3 here at Kuwait Motor Town. What a brilliant battle it's been here in F4 UAE. 3 very happy drivers on the podium, and they get to celebrate in style after a tough 2nd weekend of the championship. One thing we have learned is that the championship isn't decided yet. Ugachukwu may be a far way in front, but even he can crack under the pressure. this championship isn't done. If anything, it's blown wide open. Join us again for more F4 UAE Championship action on Tuesday coming up. I'm Jake Sanson. See you then. So far, we've had two brilliant battles here at Kuwait Motor Town in the Formula Regional Middle East Championship certified by FIA. Now, we have one more thriller to go.
欢迎回到我们的直播现场，即将进行的是国际汽联中东区域方程式锦标赛，在科威特的第3场的正赛了。那么这个比赛周可以说是非常的精彩，已经进行了2场比赛，马上进行的是第3回合的正赛。So Jake, I understand the race 2 is reverse grid, but the race 3 seems getting very interesting since the qualifying.
Yeah, qualifying has actually given us a very similar style of race grid to the race 2 reverse grid. There are a lot of big names that are down the order thanks to the red flag that was thrown yesterday, and even Andrea Kimi-Antonelli had a pole position lap taken off him for track limits. So it's going to be a topsy-turvy field with a lot of overtaking potential and a lot of thrills and spills on the way.
那么我们看到呢，因为第2回合的正赛呢，前10位是倒序发车的。到了第3回合，因为在排位赛当中的红旗的出现呢，很多的知名的车手呢也都从后面来发车，所以今天的比赛呢会非常的精彩。不过在比赛开始之前，先让我们回顾一下第2场比赛的精彩集锦。
Well, let's look back over the race 2 highlights to figure out how things could play out in race 3. Well, race 2 certainly had action and drama written all over it. It was going to be a tricky one right from the get-go, but little did we know just how complex the racing was going to get. The RHGP trio led off from the start, but already there was going to be some drama all over the course of the race. Eventually we saw a bit of a battle as Rafael Villagomez managed to get himself into the lead, but Montoya was out on lap 1, Mini was out shortly afterwards, and then came the duel as Josh Dufek dived up the inside to get the lead. Nikhil Bora watched it all unfold and took advantage, 4th to 1st in one fell swoop. Josh Dufek fought himself into position 2 and waited for his teammate Taylor Barnard to close up. Then incredibly, Andrea Kimi-Antonelli had a broken rear suspension. No contact, just a car failure. The championship leader out. Then incredibly, the battle resumed between Nikhil Bora and Josh Dufek. Dufek worked his magic, trying every trick in the book to make the overtake. It was always going to be tough as Taylor Barnard moved into 3rd position, and Tina Beganovic, who had had problems earlier on with Luke Browning, ended up trying to work his way forward. As the Swede made up places, the leaders continued their duel, but Josh Dufek and Taylor Barnard were now through to 1 and 2 in front of Nikhil Bora, and the Swiss ace finally came through to give PHM their first win of the season, and Joshua Dufek his first Formula Regional win. And those 3 drivers are now all in the championship fight as they manage to move up into the top 5 of the standings. It is going to be quite a thrilling race to finish us off for the first weekend here at Kuwait Motor Town. Hello everybody, Jake Sanson here from the commentary box position, overlooking this glorious start-finish straight. What a weekend it has been. We've had thrills, we've had spills, we've had drama, controversy. Nobody has been exempt from a big battle and a long face of confusion and dismay. It's been tough for everybody on this amazing Kuwait Motor Town circuit. The first time we have ever travelled to an international motorsport event for single-seater racing here this weekend. They had 12-hour sports car racing last month. Now we have F4 and Formula Regional, and this place has quickly become a firm favourite amongst drivers. Say what you like about the facilities that were delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but 3 years ago, the plan for this place was simple. Put on a world-class event that drivers and fans alike will fall in love with. It may be 3 years late, but everybody in this paddock cannot stop raving about how exciting and how thrilling this Kuwait Motor Town circuit already is. In terms of the racing, it's exciting, nail-biting, and incredibly dramatic. In terms of the thrill that the drivers get, they cannot stop singing the praises of this place, and it looks like it could be a firm favourite in international competition. It's certainly the longest circuit in the Middle East, and we spoke to a few of the drivers in Formula Regional to give us their take on it.
It's very high speed, and because the track's never been used before, it's been very sandy, so it's taken a long time for the track to get to the full speed, but it's very different and it's very technical, also very physical.
it seemed quite interesting, a bit European with the high-speed corners, so I quite like that. Sector 3, honestly, for me is one of my favorite sectors that I've ever driven. Such high speed, it's so complex that you always need to get it right.
Yeah, extremely interesting as it's a new track for everyone. It's very technical, and we've spent the last few days, finding out lots of things, both just driving and in the setup.
We knew it was going to be a challenge for sure. New track for everybody, obviously, for the drivers and for the team. So I was really looking forward to it, and it's kind of the first time in a long time we've actually gone to a new track.
And I mean, the track is awesome to drive. I love it. I've only done 2 days, but it's really nice to drive, really fun, and I can't wait to race really, and especially qualifying, because I think it will be a really nice track for qualifying, where you go with low fuel, new tires, and optimum performance. I think it's going to be a mega track, yeah.
Well, nobody can tell you how good this race circuit is, better than the drivers themselves who get to play on it. And we got to hear from 5 of the best. Taylor Barnard, Sebastian Montoya, Joshua Dufek, Aidan Neat, and Lorenzo Flusha. 5 drivers who have all been towards the sharp end of the field at some point over the course of the last 6 races, including this one, of course. And it's going to be a really interesting one for the last man you heard there, Lorenzo Flusha. He comes into this race 5th on the starting grid, alongside his teammate Rafael Camara, and just behind championship leader and teammate Andrea Kimi Antonelli. There are some great opportunities here in race 3, with again a bit of an interesting grid. Pole position actually goes to Sami Megatunov, who inherited pole position from Andrea Kimi Antonelli when the Italian's fastest lap in Q2 was deleted due to exceeding track limits. But Antonelli only drops to 4th position for the start, so he's right in the hunt to go for his first win of 2023. It's incredible to think that he hasn't yet won a race despite leading the championship. Sami is with Feline Wang.
Hey Sami, you have a good pace this weekend. Is this going to be your first win?
Yeah, we worked really hard the whole week, so we got everything for it. Now we start P1, let's just finish the job.
Good luck with the race. Yeah. 那刚刚我问到 Sami 呢，他因为他整个比赛周都是有非常好的一个表现，他也提到呢，的确我们非常的努力，这个技师还有车队都做了非常多的工作，所以呢，他主要现在要做的就是把这辆车完好的去完成比赛就可以了。Back to you guys.
Thanks, Feline. We obviously hear the Chinese version of what Sami Megatunov told us as well, courtesy of our friends and colleagues over at CTVS. They are live on Chinese television as well. So Sami Megatunov and Taylor Barnard share the front row of the starting grid. Sami, very clear there. Yes, we've had good pace over the course of the weekend. They've had to really build it up at the Hyderabad Blackbirds MP team, but now they're ready to finish the job. Here's Taylor Barnard, who has been right at the centre of the action all the way through this weekend. He was 3rd on the road yesterday, but unfortunately he got a penalty for being deemed the instigator of that huge pile-up that we saw at Turn 2 in race 1 yesterday. Then he fought his way through to 2nd place from 14th on the grid this morning. A brilliant performance from Taylor Barnard, and he deserves that 2nd place. So now he goes from the front row of the grid alongside Sami Megatunov with a chance to win his first race of the season. There is the 63, Joshua Dirksen, who got pole position yesterday, but it lasted all of about 30 seconds as he was one of the drivers taken out in the run to Turn 2 yesterday. So this is another chance for the Paraguayan to showcase what he can do. And how about that? He actually has the República Paraguay logo on his helmet. He's very proud of his national roots, and he is there in 3rd position for the Hyderabad Blackbirds MP team. Now, there is a little bit of an explanation to do here for this man, Andrea Kimi Antonelli. He still leads the championship despite retiring in race 2 from a broken left suspension. I went and spoke to Andrea Kimi Antonelli over lunch. I said, was there any contact? What happened? He said, nope, nobody hit me. The back of the car just collapsed. There was nothing I could do about it, and we knew we weren't going to go any further. So a real shame for Andrea Kimi Antonelli. And you know racing drivers, they know when they've been hit by somebody and they will let you know. But on that occasion, Andrea Kimi Antonelli just said it was one of those things. We had to retire. Big shame, but we are still leading. We're still hunting for the win. So Andrea Kimi Antonelli lives to fight another day. There's Lorenzo Flusha, the Spanish driver. Prolific across the single-seater world the last couple of days, and he actually has Tuka Tarpanen there going to wish him well. They're in the same team, of course. Tuka in F4, And Lorenzo Flusha in Formula Regional. Lorenzo Flusha looking for his first win in Formula Regional. He's just seen his good childhood friend Joshua Dufek take the win in race 2. He would dearly love to join him if he can get the opportunity to do so. But he's got another of his prolific karting aficionados alongside him on the starting grid, starting from row 3 of the grid in P6. The Brazilian charge for the Mumbai Falcons team, Rafael Camara, is going to be there from P6 of the starting grid. So a fascinating situation for all of the contenders as they gear themselves up, ready for an exciting battle. Great to see your comments once again. A lot of fans deciding that they know what's going to happen on this one. So we're going to get to see how things are going to be from the fans' point of view. Jackson Grosser says, what rating do you think Kimi's title-winning F4 seasons were? Right up at the peak. You have to say that, right up at the peak, and that's why he's in Formula Regional, and why after 5 races, he may not have won any races yet, but he is leading the championship. He has scored the most points, so it's definitely going very well indeed. Nika Zanidis pointing out, it really is incredible that Antonelli was born in 2006, the year that Michael Schumacher made his first retirement from Formula 1. Alan Vindell points out that he predicts 70% will be consumed by safety cars. Oh, don't be such a naysayer. Formula Regional is really good when it gets going. Hopefully these guys are going to have learned their lessons from the first 2 races, and we're going to have a similar race to what we had in race 3, which was a pure lights to flag victory for Mari Boya. Great racing. There was no yellow flags. There was no safety cars. There was no race stoppages on that occasion. Hopefully we're going to get another race like that. So a really exciting situation then for the contenders. But now it's going to be another sensational run for the contenders in this one. Formula Regional about to get underway for the 3rd time. This is definitely going to be a tough battle for all of our Formula Regional contenders. Watch for Joshua Dirksen in this one. He lines up alongside Andrea Kimi Antonelli on the 2nd row of the grid. But Dirksen and Antonelli will definitely give us a bit of a show. Interesting to note that obviously there were quite a few drivers in this qualifying session that find themselves right down at the back of the grid. So car 34 drops 3 positions down to 25th on the starting grid for race 3. And there is also car number 17, oh sorry, car number 8, sorry, will drop 1 position on the starting grid. So that is Rafael Camara, so he would have actually been 5th on the grid. So that's obviously for one of the incidents further on in the weekend. But Francesco Braschi will start towards the back of the grid. Right at the back of the grid, in front of me in the PHM, is Nikita Bedrin, who had a horrible qualifying session yesterday, didn't get a lap time in after the car broke down in Q2. There is one car that is not starting race 3, and that is the Hyderabad Blackbirds MP car of the American driver Brad Benavides, whose car is still in repair mode after the accident that we saw in yesterday's first start. So unfortunately Brad Benavides is not participating in race 3, as he didn't this morning either. But the crew are working very hard to get that car ready for Tuesday. They are in a bit of a race against time to do that, because there was a lot of damage to Brad Benavides' car when he went for that barrel roll over the course. But fortunately, he is okay. The car, however, has seen better days. So the contenders are gearing themselves up, ready for the start. Ankit Singh Padeshi wants us to know, how many laps will they race for? Well, I can tell you it's going to be 28 minutes plus the additional lap. So how long is a piece of string? It very much depends on how clean the race is from the start, how many laps we spend behind safety car, and how many opportunities we get to see clean green racing. I, for one, would love to see a race from start to finish with no safety cars, no red flags, just an out-and-out brawl. So Sami Megatunif from pole position, Taylor Barnard from 2nd, 3rd will be Joshua Dirksen, 4th place will be Andrea Kimi Antonelli. All 4 drivers are seeking their first win of the season. In fact, would you believe it, in the top 10 positions, not a single driver on this grid in the top 10 has won a race in Formula Regional in 2023. Bring it on. Sami Megatuniv and Taylor Barnard on the front row of the starting grid. France versus Great Britain. Joshua Dirksen lines up alongside Andrea Kimi Antonelli on the second row of the grid. Then Lorenzo Flusha beside his teammate Rafael Kamara. The Mumbai Falcons occupy row 3. Pepe Marati is alongside Aidan Neat, Pinnacle versus Prema. And rounding out the top 10, Matthias Sagazeta alongside the rookie, Luke Browning. Row 11th on the grid, Levente Revej lines up alongside race 2 winner Joshua Dufek. We've got a car not moving on the straight. Gabriele Mini and Rafael Villagomez are on row 14. The car that stopped is Francesco Braschi. Michael Shin and Sebastian Montoya are together on row 8. Giovanni Mascio and Niels Kulin are together on row 9. And then rounding out the top 20, we have Dino Beganovic and Daniel Mavlutiov. On row 11 of the grid, we have Han Chen-Yu and Nikhil Bora, race 2 winner in Dubai. Then it is Mari Boya, race 3 winner in Dubai, alongside Taz Indervivazak. Then Francesco Braschi, if he can get the car started, and Wang Zhongwei of R&B Racing from China, and Nikita Bedrin, who didn't get to set a lap in qualifying in yesterday's second session. Brad Benavides will not start. Francesco Braschi, if he can start, will have to do so now from the pit lane, as the marshals have managed to clear him from the start-finish line. There he is in pit lane. So if they can get him started, he will now have to start the race from the pits. And obviously the team at RHGP have managed to get him push started. There we go. So Francesco Braschi will now start this third race of the weekend from the pit lane. A really thrilling battle awaits us here for this third race of the weekend, the sixth race of the season. But who is going to get the victory? Not a single driver in the top 10 has not won a race this season. That is quite a stat. Mind you, 11th position on the grid is a man who has not either. Levente Revej, 12th position is the highest race winner on this grid. Joshua Dufek is 12th of the other race winners this year. Dino Beganovic is 19th. Nikhil Bora is 22nd. And Mari Boya is 23rd. Talk about open playing field. Who on earth is going to get the victory in race 3? Whoever it is, they could become the 5th different winner in 6 races. We are in for an absolute thrill fest here for this third encounter of the weekend. The cars making their way to the starting grid for the third race of Formula Regional Middle East Championship, certified by FIA 2023 on the brand new Kuwait Motor Town circuit. Jake Sanson with you in the commentary box. And my goodness me, have we had thrills and spills so far this weekend. Dino Beganovic coming through to the victory in a crazy race 1 yesterday that saw a huge pile-up take out 9 cars. In the race earlier today, battles galore that saw Joshua Dufek claim his first win in Formula Regional. For race 3, your guess is as good as mine. The top 10 drivers on the grid have not won a race this year. So it's time to go to battle for the third and final time this weekend in the second round of 2023's Formula Regional Middle East Championship. Who is going to get the victory? The lights come on, and when they go out, we'll be underway. Let's do it! A great start by Taylor Barnard, but Sami Megatuniv's got the perfect launch. Dirksen's got ahead of Barnard. So it's Hyderabad Blackbirds MP 1-2. Megatuniv in front. Dirksen in second place. A little bit of a run wide from a couple of the cars down the straight. The teammates are going to be dueling against each other. Dirksen's got Megatuniv on the run. Watch for Barnard, he's a little bit too far back, but Flusha's made a good start in 4th position. Round the outside, Dirksen's going for his teammate. The rest of the field billows through. There's a spin. It's Montoya. Montoya spins. And there's another spin further back. But it's still 1 and 2. Megatuniv in front of Dirksen. Flusha is going to make the move there. And it looks as though we've got one of the Premas in trouble. I think that's Michael Shin. So big problems already on the first lap. 2 or 3 cars having an issue. Montoya spinning around. Oh, and there's a collision. That's the Mumbai Falcons car going around with the collision from Barnard. Barnard and Flusha have come together. Barnard is out. Flusha is out. Disastrous. No, that's Kamara. That is Rafael Kamara. Barnard and Kamara have come together. And it's safety car. Flotsam and jetsam everywhere you look. So it's safety car. But Barnard and Kamara have collided and they are out of the race at the far side of the course. Rafael Kamara hasn't had a clean race all season by the look of things. Certainly not this weekend. My goodness me. It has been drama all the way. And Kamara and Barnard are out. Safety car. Well, a few giggling faces at high-tech. And it's because their boys, on the whole, are out of dodge, but that is one of the Premers walking away. That's Michael Shin. And we've got another car up there as well, actually. I think that's the Hyderabad Blackbirds car. Or is that one of the pinnacles, actually? That might be the pinnacle of Taz and de Vuvuzak. Well, there's Michael Shin in the Premer. He's out of the race. Where's Sebastian Montoya? Did he get going again? Yes, he did. So Montoya's recovered and has rejoined in the back of the field. So we've lost Barnard, Kamara. It's Rafael Villagomez that's gone off. So it's actually Villagomez in the pinnacle, not Taz and de Vuvuzak. He's actually climbed to 14th. So let's try and unpick things at the moment, because Michael Shin is out, so is Rafael Villagomez, so are Rafael Kamara and Taylor Barnard as the safety car picks up the field. So Sami Megatuniv leads his teammate Joshua Dirksen, then Andrea Kimi Antonelli in third position. Lorenzo Flusha is fourth, Pepe Marti is fifth in front of Aidan Neat, Luke Browning, Josh Dufek, Gabriele Mini, and in the top 10 is Matthias Zagazeta. I couldn't help but smile there and giggle, because it doesn't matter what happens around him. Andrea Kimi Antonelli somehow seems to find himself in the top 5. Now, admittedly, he retired from the last race, but that was by no fault of anybody's. The car just had a collapse of the left rear suspension. One of those things. Who knows where he could have finished had he kept going. As far as the race itself is concerned in this one, all smiles at Mumbai Falcons, third and fourth. Antonelli and Flusha looking strong here. So they're just working their way through the lineup. They're just going through the running order. Megatuniv, Dirksen, Antonelli, Flusha and Marti. That's the top 5. Watch for Pepe Marti. Don't forget, he was second in the championship last year. He's not had a good start to the year so far, but he is a very competitive youngster, Pepe Marti. He's obviously going to be in the Grand Prix paddock this year, racing in FIA F3. So worth watching out for Pepe Marti. He's definitely going to have a very strong race battle. So now we're just waiting to see how the cleanup job is going to go. Obviously, there are several positions to deal with. Let's have a look at the replay. This is the run down to the first corner. Nothing wrong in the first two between the two teammates, Megatuniv and Dirksen. Look, they give each other just about enough space. But watch Montoya. He's the one that pirouettes around. There might have been a little bit of a love tap there. Shin and Villagomez have a big accident behind them. Big contact. But then what we're about to see, if we go a little bit further round as well, is that Kamara getting his run on the inside, round the outside, Kamara and Barnard. Barnard doesn't give enough space. Kamara commits around the outside, and they just tangle. I would say that's a racing incident between those two. I don't think you could really point the finger at one driver or the other. Kamara feeling like he could run it round the outside. Barnard is obviously committing to the racing line, which he has every right to do. But Barnard and Kamara tangle and are out of the race. Very unfortunate. So there's two drivers that won't be taking their first win in Formula Regional Middle East 2023 this time. Sami Megatuniv leads the race. Joshua Dirksen in second. Andrea Kimi Antonelli in third from Lorenzo Flusha. Then Pepe Marti, Aidan Neat, Luke Browning, Joshua Dufek, Gabriele Mini and Matthias Zagazeta. Into the pits. Somebody is coming in. I think Levi Revej is actually pitting. So the Hungarian that started race 2 from pole position is coming into the pit lane. So a big problem for Levi Revej in the RHGP car. Not what he wanted to see at all. So it's very much a big problem for him. Now, Rafael Kamara is currently 6th in the standings on 44 points. So him retiring from the race is a big hammer blow. But then so it is too for Taylor Barnard. Now, what about Dino Beganovic, who is 2nd in the championship? Well, he's up to 11th behind Zagazeta. So he has a real chance in this race to score some decent points now. Antonelli is looking at 3rd. If he stays there, that'll put him on 6th. But if he can catch and get past Megatune van Derksen, winning his first race of the season, now that one turn 2 incident involving form and confidence. Now that, of course, Michael Shin and Rafael Gomez, two drivers that tired initially. Really interesting situation for contenders. But still, the battles are raging here. Under safety car proceedings, of course. So the Hyderabad Blackbirds by MP cars are 1 and 2. Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Lorenzo Fluscia for Mumbai Falcons, 3 and 4. Then Pepe Marti in the Pinnacle, Aidan Neat in the Prema, the high-tech of Gabriele Mini, and then it is Matthias Zagazeta in 10th place, the final point for the time being. Forecast to clear up means it obviously takes a little bit longer than most. So obviously there's still quite a long way to go to sort out how this race is going to play out. But the safety car stays out in order to assist the marshals in cleaning up the mess from those 2 separate incidents. As we had a collision for Rafael Villagomez and Michael Shin. We also had a collision for Taylor Barnard and Rafael Kamara. 4 drivers out on the first lap. So now this is all coming down to patience and discipline for Sami Megatunev and Joshua Dirksen. The 2 Hyderabad Blackbirds MP teammates wanting to emulate their stablemate Mari Boya, who took the win in race 3 in Dubai. Can one of them take the win in race 3 in Kuwait? Tough to tell. Tough to figure out how this is going to play down. Matthias Zagazeta is currently in the points in 10th position, but he's got Dino Beganovic right behind him. Then it's Mavlutiov, Inter Vuvazak, Mari Boya, Nikita Bedrin and Nikhil Bora. Then Han Shenyu, Giovanni Mascio, ahead of Niels Kulin and Wang Zhongwei, Sebastian Montoya, Francesco Braschi and Levi Rivej. But Levi Rivej is currently trying to close up on the rest of the field to catch up to the tail end. Because currently Francesco Braschi is down at the back of the field in the queue. But Levi Rivej is trying to catch up with the drivers in the fray. I can tell you it's taking a little bit of time to clean up the wreckage for Kamara and Barnard, because of course you've got 2 Bobcats that have already just been clearing up the mess from 1 incident, but they also have a 2nd incident out there on the same lap. So this one will take a bit of time. Now, for those of you who are screaming, why don't they just red flag it and continue racing? They certainly don't have to in the officials' office. If they've had the attitude of, well, we've told the drivers to behave themselves, if they can't keep racing without these incidents, then it's them who suffers. We're going to take away the racing from them so that they learn the lesson. It's not exactly a bad attitude to have. These guys have obviously got their race to focus on, but the officials are obviously very, very hard at work trying to keep them on the straight and narrow. So if ultimately the drivers are the ones that have the time taken away from them, then that is obviously the attitude that could well be taken. They've already had some red flags over the course of the weekend. So Sami Megatunev, Joshua Dirksen, Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Lorenzo Fluscia. Not a single race this weekend at Kuwait has gone by without the safety car's involvement, but it's coming in. Safety car lights have gone out. Safety car in at the end of this lap. So in Formula Regional, they do have radios to the drivers, so there you go. If the mechanics are telling their drivers safety car in at the end of this lap. Megatuniv, Dirksen, Antonelli, Flusha, Marti, Neat, Browning, Dufek, Mini and Zagazeta. The highest previous race winner in this 2023 championship is in P8. That is Joshua Dufek. So it's time for Megatuniv and Dirksen to back them up. Now Megatuniv's gone for it. He drops the hammer and leads the field out of the final turn. And into the course they will go, battling for position. So in Kuwait Motor Town in race 3, we are green, 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 green once again. So here comes the challenge from Joshua Dirksen. He's going to try and get close to Sami Megatuniv. Watch for Andrea Kimi Antonelli as well in third. The field flies through turn 1, a little bit wide from Mari Boya as he goes wheel to wheel with the 13 of Joshua Dufek, I think that is. No, my apologies, that's the 15 of Nikita Bedri. Down to the breakers. Oh, more problems, more contact. That's Dufek getting a little bit too close to Luke Browning. They just rub wheels. They both keep going though, but they have lost positions as a result. Whoops, that's not the racetrack, Mari Boya just skipping over the corkscrew there as Luke Browning runs wide. I wonder if he's got a puncture. So a couple of drivers just doing their best to keep it out of harm's way, but it gets a little bit tough around this course, doesn't it? Megatuniv leads, Dirksen second, Antonelli's already trying to catch him in third. As the squabble continues, let's have another look at it. Just the tiniest bit of contact. Look, Dufek was squeezed there by Neat to his left. And Dufek had nowhere to go but into Browning. Racing incident for me. Nobody at fault, nobody malicious. But 3 cars into 1 minute racetrack are not going to go. And Montoya trying to work his way back up through the field. You can see the Red Bull colours there, just trying to work forward. As a battle going on there between Taz in the Vuvuzak and Nikita Bedri. So Sami Megatuniv leads this race. Whoops, that's a bit of a run wide there from Taz. And now down the straight, this is Dufek trying to take on Gabriele Mini. Joshua Dufek gets the move on the Italian and he's through. Bedrin, meanwhile, is trying to take on Taz at the Vuvuzak, and he gets the move. Good move from Bedrin. Good move from Dufek as well. So Megatuniv leads, Dirksen, Antonelli and Marti. Pepe Marti has got through into 4th in front of Lorenzo Flusha. Then Neat and Beganovic. Zagazeta is in 8th. Then Dufek, Mini, Bedrin, Pora, Indra Vuvuzak and Browning. Side by side. There goes the move to defend from Antonelli. Dirksen really having to get his elbows out to keep Antonelli at bay. Whoa! Hopping and skipping over the cut. Antonelli's through as Dirksen runs off the road. Antonelli runs off the road as well. That got very close between the two of them. But I think there was a bit of a hop and skip and a jump for Pepe Marti off the curb. Lorenzo Flusha could tighten up again here with Aidan Neat close in behind as well. And watch for Dino Beganovic in 7th place. Well, both Antonelli and Dirksen, let's see what happened. So look, Antonelli's caught the bollard on the inside, Dirksen's caught it on the outside, and they've both run off the road. Antonelli just able to keep it on, and then so too Dirksen. Well, is that 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, or is there going to be one of them gaining an unfair advantage? Tough to tell. But all of this has given Sami Megatuniv a dominant lead up front. Exactly where he wanted to be too. So a fascinating scenario, a great situation. As up front, Sami Megatuniv leads Antonelli and Dirksen. Antonelli through to second again. Still not the lead, still not the victory Antonelli wants, but big points. Marti and Flusha, the 2 Spaniards, battling away for P4. Into the next lap we go. Still the battles rage on. Into lap 7. Megatuniv, Antonelli, Dirksen, Marti, Flusha, Neat, Beganovic, Zagazeta, Dufek and Bedri. Still some big battles all the way through this field as now we're battling for 4th place. This is Marti versus Flusha. Flusha trying to get in round the outside of Pepe Marti. Can he commit? Round the outside. He locks up. Meanwhile, further back, that's Beganovic getting through on Aidan Neat. So Dino Beganovic makes a place. He's up in the 6th position now. The Super Swede is charging forward. Look at Flusha putting Marti under pressure. He's got up alongside. Can he cover him off? Flusha is through. Lovely overtake. But can Marti hold it round the outside and tuck back in up the inside? Marti's going to get back on terms with Flusha. Flusha round the outside. And it's going to be Lorenzo Flusha. Brilliant from Lorenzo Flusha. He held on to it. Marti drops back to 5th position. And Dino Beganovic running a solid race in behind as well in P6. Aidan Neat is riding behind him in 7th position. Some good battles on the far side. So Marti, Flusha, Neat and Beganovic all in the hunt, but Beganovic is now right on behind his teammate and Pepe Marti. Lorenzo Flusha up to 4th, Marti up to 5th, then Beganovic, Neat and Zagazeta. Zagazeta has clearly got a much stronger car this time than he did previously. There is Dirksen dropping away from Antonelli. Then Flusha, Marti. It looks like Duvek diving up the inside of Zagazeta and he's through. Good move from Josh Duvek. He got the win in race 2. Now he's up to 8th. So a great charge forward as Megatuniv leads Antonelli by 2.3 seconds. But Antonelli sets the fastest lap, a 1:48.9 from the Italian stallion. Through they come. No problems at all for the leading 3. Megatuniv, Antonelli and Dirksen. Bit of a defensive tactic from Flusha, but here comes Beganovic on the inside, round the outside. Beganovic holds it round the outside and gets past Pepe Marti. Terrific from Dino. Dynamite Dino is on the charge. 5th position for the Swede. Excellent run. And so Dynamite Dino is up in a 5th position past Pepe Marti, then Neat, Duvek, Zagazeta and Bedrin. 11th is Gabriele Mini from Bora in Ververzak and Hahn. Then it's Boya, Machio, Browning, Montoya, Revej, Kulin, Mavlutyov, Brashi and Wang Chongwei. So still they duel for position. Flusha trying to step away a little bit here from Pepe Marti, who's obviously now lost position to Deno Beganovic as well. So Flusha and Beganovic having a good, solid charge after 3rd place Josh Dirksen. They've got a lot of time to make up though. Watch for Duvek. Duvek has now got himself an opportunity to move forward here as well. Oh, Aidan Neat has fallen to the back of that queue by the look of it. So Duvek and Zagazeta are now ahead of Aidan Neat, I believe. We'll double check that as they come across the line, but certainly Megatuniv leads Antonelli. The gap was 2.3. It's now 1.5. Antonelli has gained 0.8 of a second in 1 lap. The cavalry is coming. Antonelli charging after Megatuniv. He's made up 0.8 of a second in 1 lap. If he does that for the next 2 laps, he's going to be all over him. Kimi Antonelli hunting down Sami Megatuniv, going for his first win of the season. The championship leader. Here comes the big move from Marti. But Duvek is going to hold it, is he? No, Marti intimidates him into the mistake. Pepe Marti, ruthless efficiency, forces the mistake from Duvek. And so Pepe Marti manages to pick up the pieces. That was cunning, really cunning from Pepe Marti. So Marti retaliates after Duvek had already got past him. And then we have Zagazeta and Neat. Let's look at this again. Watch this so carefully from Marti. Look, big dive, but he backs off. Duvek's in his mirrors, locks up. Thank you very much. Textbook intimidation. Nicely done from Pepe Marti. And now Zagazeta has got Aidan Neat all over the back of him. The British driver Aidan Neat in Formula Regional for the first time this campaign, putting on a good show. And here comes the move. Oh, a big error as Duvek gets Marti back again. Take that, sunshine. Marti's trying to get him back. No, you don't. Joshua Duvek responds valiantly. I'm not letting any cheap overtakes get away this time, says Josh Duvek. And he makes the move back on Pepe Marti into 6th position. Now there's Beganovic. What's the gap between Megatuniv and Antonelli? 0.9 of a second. He's going to be in the slipstream very soon indeed. Now watch again. This is the move. A little twitch there from Pepe Marti. That's enough for Joshua Duvek to get back through. Marti tries to cut back on the inside. No chance. So Antonelli is now within a second. He's just done a 1:48.4 compared to Megatuniv on a 1:49.0. Here we go again. This time Marti is defending from Zagazeta. Pepe Marti of Spain versus the Peruvian Matías Zagazeta. And Aidan Neat is right in there as well. Marti, Zagazeta and Neat. And behind them is Nikita Bedrin, up from the back of the grid to 10th. Great comeback from Bedrin. Then it's Bora, Idrifivazak, Hahn, Boya, Mini, Mashio, Browning, Montoya, Revej and Brashi from Kulin, Mavlutyov and Wang Shengwei. Still just the 4 retirements that we saw on the first lap. Everybody else is still going. But Zagazeta is now under pressure from Aidan Neat. And Bedrin is trying to score a few more points than 10th place would give him. 10th place is only going to give him 1 point. So still a long way to go. Still a good battle. And still great racing to come here. A phenomenal duel. Megatuniv leading, Antonelli second. The gap comes down to 9/10 of a second, but Antonelli is already quicker in sector 2, comparable in sector 1. But check this out, Antonelli is visibly catching Megatuniv now, and he's got time. He's got plenty of opportunity. He comes across the line, and he's gained another 2/10. 0.8 of a second back. He'll gain a lot of that in the slipstream. But he needs another good lap to really get on terms with Sami Megatuniv. At the moment, he's in a really difficult position. 8/10 back, he's in the washout zone. Fastest lap of the race, Joshua Dufek, a 1:48.304. The only one lapping at the same pace as Antonelli. Megatuniv has really got to pull out the goods here. Nobody in the top 4 has won a race this season. Beganovic is up to 5th. Dufek is up to 6th. Great drive from Beganovic. Good solid run from Dufek. An amazing comeback from Bedrin. Further back in the pack, still good battles. That's Mashio going wheel to wheel with Gabriele Mini. But it's not really where Gabriele Mini wanted to be. And behind him, that's Sebastian Montoya trying to make a recovery. So this is an R&B sandwich on high-tech bread. Contact between cars 13 and 52 will be investigated after the race. So that is the collision between Joshua Dufek and Luke Browning. So that's going to be investigated after the race, apparently. Here's the battle for the win. Antonelli, fractionally quicker in sector 1, a 10th quicker in sector 2. It's now or never for Kimi Antonelli, and he knows it. Andrea Kimi Antonelli chasing down Sami Megatuniv for the victory here in Kuwait Motor Town. Andrea Kimi Antonelli is the championship leader. He hasn't won a race yet in 2023. He's so close to it, he can taste the champagne, but he wants to go for it. Here's the gap, down to 7/10 of a second. Antonelli still putting Megatuniv under massive pressure. But even if he doesn't win, if he finishes in 2nd place, Andrea Kimi Antonelli is going to extend his lead in the championship. Dirksen in a solid 3rd. Lucia is 4th, Beganovic is 5th. Antonelli gaining in the slipstream. And he is fractionally quicker again. Sector 1 takes you down to the braking zone for turn 2. Then they're into sector 2, down the corkscrew, around the long, bending, winding spoon curve of the left-hander. I call it the spoon curve because, of course, that's the shape it creates. Then through the right-hand variation, up to the chicane. You really can tell Megatuniv's under pressure here. Another fastest lap, and it's Josh Dufek again. It's a 1:47.9. Joshua Dufek is flying. 2.5 minutes to go. And Dufek is eating up the road in front of Dino Beganovic ahead of him. So Joshua Dufek going well. Joshua Dirksen going well as well. 3rd position. Just holding on to the points for the podium. But can Kimi Antonelli intimidate Sami Megatuniv enough to go for the victory? He's dropped Joshua Dirksen, he's caught Sami Megatuniv, but can he get close enough to go for the lead? He's got a neat opportunity here, but the gap is still at about 7/10 of a second. He was actually slower in Sector 2 that time round. Megatunev drifts wide though. So the gap is going to be 9/10 of a second. Megatunev responding big time in Sector 2. He's holding off Antonelli, and we go into the penultimate lap. I think Andrea Kimi Antonelli's really going to have to pull out something special. And while all his other competitors have had problems, he might be able to salvage a second place and stay out of trouble and extend his lead in the championship. The win doesn't have to come this time, Kimi. You can wait for Tuesday or Wednesday when we return to the Kuwait Motor Town circuit. Second place would more than do. Sami Megatunev still leads. Second is Kimi, and that would be enough to pick up the rookie win as well and extend his lead in the championship. It's a phenomenal thing to be saying in only the second round of his entire Formula Regional career. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli has been the smoothest one out there over the 6 races so far. He's just kept banging in points, banging in finishes. Yes, he retired from race 2, but he certainly wasn't in the chaos factor. He didn't make any mistakes. He didn't bin it into the side of anybody. The left rear suspension just happened to collapse. Antonelli is still not giving up on the win though. He still feels it's possible. Quicker than Megatunev in Sector 2. But can he stay with him? Can he catch him? Time is going to be close at the line here. Are we going to have 2 laps to go or 1 lap to go? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is going to be the last lap. So we go into the last lap. Sami Megatunev in front of Kimi Antonelli. The last lap. Can he catch him? 8/10 of a second is the gap. But Sami Megatunev is keeping it nice and tidy. Antonelli is doing everything he can to put the Frenchman under pressure. Dirksen is 3rd. Flusha is 4th. Beganovic is 5th. It looks like it could end that way. Megatunev has got to be comfortable here. Antonelli is boisterous. Still pushing. Taking every risk he can to close up on Sami Megatunev. Come on, come on! Kimi Antonelli digging deep. Surely I can find a little bit more time. Surely I can put him into a mistake. Surely I can snatch the lead on the last lap. Antonelli will not give up. Nor will Sami Megatunev. In the first 4 races of this year, Sami Megatunev had not managed to finish a single race. If he could bounce back in style here in Kuwait with a worthy victory, that would salvage some pride after a very tricky start to his campaign. But Kimi Antonelli wants the win. Come on, make the mistake, thinks Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Come on, I can have you. I can beat you. 2 corners to go. And surely Sami Megatunev isn't going to lose this now. 1 corner to go. The charge down the hill. Over the crest they will go. Antonelli runs wide. Surely that's cost him the victory chance. Sami Megatunev doesn't even need to make a clean breast to the final corner. He can just take his time. It's a brilliant try from the Frenchman, and he so deserves the win. Sami Megatunev wins in Kuwait. There at last. The misery of Dubai is ancient history. Incroyable, formidable. Sami Megatunev wins in Kuwait. Andrea Kimi Antonelli's first win of 2023 will have to wait. But he extends his lead in the championship. That will do nicely. Joshua Dirksen in 3rd position, a smooth race. Flusha and Beganovic in the top 5 for Mumbai Falcons. Dufek in a brilliant P6. Marty in 7th. Zagazeta in 8th. And the final points positions go to Nikita Bedrin and Aidan Neat. That was real racing. Sami Megatunev finally gets a good result. And it's not just any result, it's the win. Thoroughly deserved. So much bad luck in Dubai. Didn't even look close to the win when he knew he had the pace to do it. Here in Kuwait, they said enough of this. We can win. We're going to win. we're going to show you what we can do. And Sami Megatuniv totally deserves the win. Such a hard job all the way through these last couple of weeks. He was miserable in Dubai. He was crestfallen. He said to me when I spoke to him, I know I can do better than this. I know I can win races. I wish I could show everybody what I could do. Golden opportunity. Hashtag challenge accepted. Victory acquired. Well done to Sami Megatuniv. Now everybody knows what you can do. Such a solid race drive from the Frenchman. Kimi fans will still need to wait for him to stand on the top step of the podium, but you know what? It doesn't matter. He actually extends his lead in the Drivers' Championship, regardless of that. Third for Dirksen, his first podium. That makes up a little for yesterday. And the Paraguayan, I'm fairly sure, is the first from his nation to stand on the podium out in the Middle East. Andrea Kimi Antonelli is already back in pit road. Second place will do. He extends his lead in the championship. The win will have to wait, but the rookie is still the championship leader. Would you believe it? Third place for Joshua Dirksen. Solid points and a solid podium. But Sami Megatuniv is soaking this moment up. He's taking his time on the slowing down lap. After the misery of Dubai in all three races, after the misery of Kuwait in race 1, he bounced back with some strong drives in race 2, but now he's a winner. Well done to Josh Dirksen. The podium that they knew they could pull off. The Paraguayan in third position, and he's very happy about it. Well done, great job. But here at last comes our race winner for France. Cruising down pit lane, and Sami Megatuniv can enjoy the spoils of victory. We're going to have to wait for our moment. It's taken him such a long time to come in. But now here he is. Sami Megatuniv, the latest winner in Formula Regional Middle East. 6 races, 5 different winners, and a very deserving one indeed in Sami Megatuniv. Such a prolific racer in France and in the international karting competitions. He stepped up through F4. Here he is in Formula Regional, a winner. After the heartbreak of Dubai, that is the perfect tonic. Victory. Tu as gagné, Sami Megatuniv. You are the winner. What a result for the boys at MP Motorsport, and in particular for Sami Megatuniv. All the pressure in the world, he did not budge. Such a great drive. And I promise you, over the rest of his career, that'll be the first of many. Sami Megatuniv wins from Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Joshua Dirksen is third. Lorenzo Flusher and Dino Beganovic in the top 5. Joshua Dufek, a great valiant effort in 6th from Pepe Marti, Matis Sagazeta, Nikita Bedrin and Aidan Neat in the points. Nikhil Bora is 11th in front of Taz in the Vivazak, Mari Boya, Han Chen-Yu and Giovanni Mascio. Sebastian Montoya, Devento Devej, Francesco Braschi and Gabriele Mini in front of his teammate Luke Browning. A tough day for High Tech. 21st for Niels Kulin, Dan Mavlutiov ahead of Wang Zhongwei. And then the retirements, we saw Barnard and Kamara collide, and Villa Gomez and Shin collide on the opening lap. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is that for Kuwait Motor Town round 2. What a brilliant battle. Let's talk you through the best bits of race 3. A stunning effort from the Kuwait Motor Town organisers to give us 3 brilliant races. And what a way to finish the trio. Race 3 was a blinder. A great battle to the first corner between Megatuniv and Antonelli. Dirksen, however, got the jump on the Italian. And so in the first border call, there was a chance for Dirksen to go for the win, but he had to hang back. Montoya pitched around into a spin, while Villa Gomez and Shin went airborne. Then Kamara and Barnard tangled halfway round the first lap, and the safety car came out to clear up the mess. Barnard out, Kamara out. On the restart, great battles between Marti and Flusha. A little bit too close for comfort for Josh Dufek, who ended up dropping back down the order. But his comeback was quite sensational. Both Antonelli and Dirksen gave it as good as they got, with a little bit of a trip over the bollards in the chicane. A big stormer for Pepe Marti, forcing the mistake from Josh Dufek. But Dufek would not let that stand. Marti gets through, but it's only going to last for half an hour. As Marti makes the mistake, Dufek gets him back. He would go on to set the fastest lap of the race. But the man up front, Sami Megatuniv, would not lose heart and would not lose speed. Despite the pressure from Antonelli, it's the Frenchman who triumphs here in Kuwait. Antonelli extends his championship lead, but Megatuniv is a first-time winner in Formula Regional Middle East.
Hey Sami, congratulations! It seems you complete your job, and tell us all about it. It seems your team is also very happy about it.
Yeah, of course. First win for us. The first weekend in Dubai was really difficult. Then we arrived here with, of course, good expectation, and we did a good work since the beginning of the week. At the end, we did a really good quali with Paul, and now it's super great to get this result finally. Yesterday we had a really bad luck in the race, but the pace has always been there, and I'm really happy for me and for the team.
Thank you. Thank you. 那刚刚呢，我问到Sami呢，他提到呢，他是在迪拜的时候没有特别的好的运气，而且呢，在昨天的比赛当中也是遇到了不好的运气。不过在今天呢，他们也是车队和自己也非常的努力，那么拿到了他本来应该得到的这个冠军，他也是非常的开心。Thank you guys.
Thanks, Feline, and thanks, Sami Megatuniv. After the misery of Dubai, it's great to see Sami Megatuniv come through for the race victory, which he richly deserved after all of that hard work and effort. It was always going to be a very tough race here at the Kuwait Motor Town, a race circuit that nobody's ever been to before in single-seater racing. There's only ever been one major international race before this event, which was back in December, the 12 hours. But certainly for single-seater action, it had never happened before. Now the teams and drivers know what to expect. So when we return to more race action for the Formula Regional Middle East Championship on Tuesday and Wednesday, yes, you've only got 3 days to wait for more. It's really going to be exciting stuff. We now know that this is a driver's circuit, a real racer's challenge, and it's the longest circuit in the Middle East, and it's definitely up there against the likes of Yas Marina, against the likes of Sakhir, Lusail in Qatar, and of course the Dubai Autodrome in the United Arab Emirates. This place really has made a bombastic impression on world motorsport. The message from Kuwait Motor Town is pretty simple. We're here, we're ready. A fabulous opening weekend of international single-seater competition from Kuwait Motor Town. It's a tough circuit, a big challenge. It may not be finished yet, the infrastructure around the circuit delayed by the pandemic. But once these guys put their mind to something, not only do they get it done, they get it done in spades. It's going to be a really amazing development, this circuit, designed by the F1 architect Herman Tilke. And I've got a feeling that this place is just scratching the surface. This is the iceberg race circuit right now. We're only seeing 10% of its potential. The rest of it is under the surface, ready to rise to the top. A great performance from all of the drivers. Magnificent again from the Tartar's car, from the Alfa Romeo engines, from the GT tyres, from everybody. All of the partners putting this amazing 2023 campaign together. And what a fantastic show it has proved to be. We're going to stick around for the podium ceremony because we want to see Josh Dirksen, Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Sami Megatuniv on the podium. And it looks like we're ready to begin now.
Round 2, race 6. Now it's the winning drivers. Third place, number 63, from Hyderabad, Blackbirds by MP Motorsport, Joshua Dirksen.
So for third position, Joshua Dirksen, who carries the flag of Paraguay onto the podium. That's a big moment for his nation. Kimi continues his amazing rookie campaign. No victories overall, but he leads the championship and is pulling away. But now comes the victor. Sami Megatuniv, the latest French megastar. His first win in Formula Regional out here in the Middle East, and it could just open the floodgates. So the very proud Paraguayan on third position on the podium, Joshua Dirksen. What a great result for him. Andrea Kimi Antonelli just keeps on continuing on, marching to the title, despite the fact he hasn't picked up a race win yet. All these podiums and points will mean prizes if he continues. But Sami Megatuniv is your winner today. A great job for the Frenchman and for the Hyderabad Blackbirds by MP Motorsport. A terrific run and a brilliant opening race weekend at Kuwait Motor Town. Thank you to everybody at Kuwait Motor Town. You guys have made this so worth it. This is quickly becoming one of my favorite international race circuits in motorsport. It's got a way to go to be the #1, but what a first impression. Time for the Rosewater to go bananas, and we are here to bow out of Formula Regional Middle East. We return here at Kuwait on Tuesday. Just as you're getting over it, we get to do it all over again. Can Kimi Antonelli extend his title battle? Can he win his first race? Will there be new men on the top step of the podium? Tune in on Tuesday to find out. I'm Jake Sanson. Thank you for your company. Let's do it all again in 3 days' time.